It's another match day in the West African Trophy, match day 9. And the first match of today is between the host and table leaders, Nigeria, against Rwanda. Earlier today, I was in the middle for the toast with the two captains. It's match day 9, and first match of the day is top of the table clash between Nigeria and Rwanda. We have here our match referee, Tony Timnadi, third umpire, NSC Habib, as well as the captain of Rwanda, Clinton Ribagumia, and the captain of Nigeria, the home team for today, Suleiman Rusewe. Suleiman, please the toss. Tail is the call. Heads. Suleiman Rusewe, you are winning the toss today. What are you doing first?
I love to bat first this morning.
Last time you won the toss against this Rwanda side, you decided to field first. They picked up the victory against you, the first loss on home ground. You bounced back from that, 2 consecutive victories in a row, looking to make it a third. What are you doing today, and why exactly, what was the decision for you deciding to bat first?
Our wicket looks dry up today to bat, and hopefully it gets runs on the board and pressure later in the afternoon.
Any changes to the squad today? We saw Prosper Hosseini being out, missed the last 3 games. Asia missed the last 2 games. Are they back in the squad today?
Only 2 changes for today. Ajeku steps out for Salim, and Prosper comes back in for Okasha.
Thank you very much. Clinton? Yeah, you've been sent into bowl today. Is that the plan you guys had initially?
The pitch has gotten better, to be honest, but we feel we should bowl faster.
You missed the last couple of games due to injury. You came back yesterday, picked up 3 wickets for the squad, and that was very pivotal in your victory against Sierra Leone. Zapi was rested, Ignacy was ready, as well as Ochet. Are they back in the squad for today's game?
Yeah, Nyas and Zapi are back, and I look to take 3 more today. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And yeah, that it is from the middle. Nigeria won the toss, and they are going to bat first. And that is it from the middle. Nigeria winning the toss and electing to bat first. Both teams 1 win apiece. Rwanda losing the first game, Nigeria losing the next. And now it's a chance for both teams to solidify their place in this round-robin group stage, as both teams are already confirmed for the finals. Quickly taking you through the team sheets of the Yellow Greens. First, Suleiman Rusewe, the captain of the side, alongside Sylvester Okwi, Isaac Okwi, Salim Salah. Back in the team, Isaac Danladi, Vincent Adewoye, Elochukwu Undubudem is in the team. Ali Ramon as well, Kenneth Boniface, Abdullah Ismail maintains his place. Prosper Hosseini is back in the team and resting for today, missing out his first game since the start of the tournament. Okasha Isiaku will not be starting today alongside Daniel Ajekun, who made way for Salim Salah. And quickly into the squad for Rwanda. 3 players were rested yesterday. Only 2 will come back into the team. Captain Clinton Rubagumia in the side. Ignance Nitereganya, Oscar. Francois, fantastic bowling yesterday, but will not be playing today. Hamza Khan still in the squad alongside Daniel Gumyesengi, Didier Ndukubimana, Isai, Jane Iradekunda, Nadir Mohamed, Emile Rukiwiza, and Zapi Benenyema. Israel Mugisha will be rested today alongside Oched Tuisenge. They didn't play yesterday, will not be playing today. That is it from the team squad. Big game here. Like I said, both teams are already into the finals. As Zambia and Sierra Leone, we battle it out today and also tomorrow for the 3rd place. Sheung Ajidagwa, welcome to the Combox for today's very all-important fixtures.
Thank you very much, Peter. And perfect weather for the game of cricket to be played day 9, March 17. Take 3 between Nigeria and Rwanda, first versus second. But quick statistics, after 16 matches, 32 innings, 3,928 runs have been scored, 226 wickets have been taken, 3,552 balls have been bowled, 270 extras, 300 fours have been played, 102 sixes. There have been 14 players that have scored 50 plus, and 15 players have had 50 plus partnership. 2 have had 100 plus partnership, 12 maidens, 1,631 dot balls have been bowled, 85 catches and 4 stompings. And the top batter is Hamza Khan for Team Rwanda, 8 innings, 271 runs. Danladi Isaac, 7 innings, 258 runs. From Nigeria, Zoeb Chan from Zambia, 8 innings, 218 runs. And Asim Mohammed is in 4th position, 8 innings, 214 runs. For the bowling, Emile Rukiriza, 8 innings, 15 wickets, and 79 dot balls. Isaac Okpe, 8 innings, 13 wickets, dot balls 82. Mohamed Nadir, 8 innings, 12 wickets, 106 dot balls. Bime Imana Zapi, 7 innings, 11 wickets, 80 dot balls. Swependi from Zambia, 8 innings, 11 wickets, and of course, he has 90 dot balls. And Okasha Isiaku, who is missing from today, 8 innings, 10 wickets, 81 dot balls. And for the field, has to be the leader from the front and captain of Nigeria, Sulaiman Ruchewe. 8 matches, 10 dismissals, 1 catch and 3 run-outs. And following closely is Oscar Manishinwe, who is back again keeping wickets into his 6th match. 8 dismissals he has, 2 catches and 1 run-out. He's back in the squad. 3 players were missing from yesterday's game against Sierra Leone, but only 2 made it. Bime Imanazapi, who is opening the bowling, and Nash into Renganya. But the other who did not make it, Ochide Tuizenge. Bime Imanazapi, before he was dropped against Sierra Leone, the game against Zambia, which they lost, and was a surprise to quite a lot of people. His first over was a maiden over, and that made it that 12th maiden that you saw. But great start from Nigeria. Ramon Ali already taking the stands before, but had to walk away from his wickets. Now he's ready to play.
Didier seems to be in bewilderment. Took a spectacular catch of Raymond Kuka yesterday. This time almost taking out the wicket of Ali Ramon. All they had his hand behind the ball. That tussle was what made him drop that catch. And he's not happy about it. Ali Ramon could have gotten out for Dock for the first time since making his international debut.
The best partnership we have seen in this tournament from where it started has been Hamza Khan and Didier Indi Kugimana. 82-75 respectively. Rubagumia playing captain's role in ensuring there was no run, and great awareness from Captain Sulaiman Rushewe. We would like to avoid a repeat of what happened yesterday against Zambia. The first appeal for the day. But umpire Temitoko Niko Ijaba not interested. We have to say Bime Imanazapi looks reborn from yesterday's game where he was dropped. And the keeper will pick it, and he drops it. Ramon Ali is having his date of birth today. And scenes of what happened from the game they lost against Zambia, where they had several dropped catches. In this first over, Ramon Ali has been dropped twice, and Sulaiman is having a conversation with him like a brother to another brother. Take it easy, young man. You have been given a second life twice. One dropped catch from Didier, another one from Oscar Manishimwe.
Even I cannot believe that catch that was dropped. Last time we saw this kind of performance from Rwanda, Zambia went on to win that game. This was the first dropped catch, and then this was the second one. Zambia denied 2 wickets in this over. Already at 95 career wickets, 5 more. They could pick up some wickets today and pick up some again tomorrow against Nigeria. And I think in this competition, he could have gotten into the 100 career wickets, T20 career wickets. Sadly, 2 opportunities were denied by 2 wicket keepers. Didier was wicket keeping majority of this tournament, has left the gloves for Oscar Manishimwe, but both of them have dropped catches. And the lucky batter on both occasions was Ali Ramon.
Nigeria have not been able to survive the power play in all the matches that they played. The opening bat, we hope today will be that day. Another opportunity, and it's gone. Bimeyi Manazapi. Just when we said Nigeria has never survived the power play, there is no reason Ramon Ali should be angry with himself. Twice he got lucky. One when he was on 0, could have been a golden duck, dropped by Didier. The other was Oscar Manishimwe. This time around, Zapi could not just allow him rest.
25th career catch for Zapi. Could have gotten another wicket to his name, could have gotten his 96th career wicket, T20 career wicket. But sadly that didn't happen, but we settled for 25th career catch instead. Should have gotten a wicket in the first over, but he didn't let that bother him. This is a teamwork, and he's complimented his teammate Inyas. Lovely bowling. Ali Ramon 2 times. He was lucky, but didn't get that third life. And Salim Salah already missed the last 2 games, and now he's back in the team, and back in early, I would say, because now he's having to bat.
Great bowling from Nyash Tirenganya. Exactly a week ago, when Nigeria met Rwanda in take 1, which they won by 9 runs. He had 2 wickets for 15 runs, 1 maiden in 4 overs. And he has had a brilliant start by getting the wicket of Ramon Ali.
No Inyans, the contact of that bat was with the ground and not the ball. Loud appeal, expecting an edge. Would have sent Salim Salah out for duck. Already tension in the Nigerian pavilion. No runs yet. A wicket of the first ball, 2 dot balls followed suit.
This duo know each other so well. They hope to have a formidable partnership, which is usually required in a game of cricket. Both of them have not hit the bullseyes based on the talent that we know they exude. Oh, lovely dab. They want to do two. Two is the call, and two makes it. Intelligent batting there from Captain Sulaiman. He needs to come good for his country. Yesterday, was only able to put up 16 runs. Lack of awareness from Daniel to allow them steal that run. And a big shout out to the coaches who have done a fantastic job. From Suva, the coach of Sierra Leone, the new coach, to the coach of Zambia, Isaac Nwaba, who also doubles as their team manager, to the coach of Rwanda, Lawrence Chad, the coach that qualified Uganda for that World Cup, T20 World Cup, that India defeated South Africa in the final. Unfortunately, haven't qualified them for the World Cup. Contract not renewed. The reason he was not the one who took them to USA and West Indies. And you can't talk less about Steve Tikolo, semi-finalist at the 2003 World Cup.
No one even bothered giving that ball a chase. They all knew he was going for the boundary. Twice in the first over, Bimen Yimana Zapi could have gotten a wicket which was later taken by Nyas in the second over, and now already being played for a boundary. No wickets yet for Bimen Yama.
Big shout out to my brother from another mother, all the way from the city of 1000 Hills, Bob Bashir Songa, commending every great thing that has happened here. We are deeply and grateful for those kind words. And he sends it up. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the first maximum for today, and you can say it's the first of many, because this looks like a very testy tie between Rwanda and Nigeria. And I was giving props to Bob Bashir Songa, former opening batter of this Rwandan side and one of the finest commentators in Africa. I will not forget Denis Amafusale from Uganda, and of course Innocent Indaula. You guys, you rock. Dennis, match day commentator, and grown to become one of the most important decision makers for cricket in Uganda. It's been a while, Innocent Daula. Always a pleasure to hear from you. into the third over. That was intelligent bowling there from Bimeyi Manazapi into the leg of Sulaiman Rushewe. Well, he read it and read it very well. And after 3 overs, Nigeria are 18 runs for loss of 1 wicket. That means the current run rate is 6.00 and the projected score is 120. 120, it's like a defendable score. If one bowls well and if you field very well, you bowl ideally and your fielding is very, very good, you can defend 120. But when you look at this Rwandan side, you want to say that 120 looks like a score that can be achieved when you look at players like Hamza Khan, Didier, Leo Mugabo, and the rest. Takes it away from him. Salim Salau has to be very careful by going for balls that are not within his reach. One of the ways he got out in one of the games he played last was chasing a ball that wasn't meant for him.
Better bowling island length for Inyas. This time definitely coming for the stumps. It's used to going too much of outside the stumps. Today he's aiding that drive by Rwanda for a second consecutive victory against the Yellow Queens of Nigeria. The line difficult to deal with by Salim Salau.
Salim finally finds a way around the bowling of Intirenganya. He has been threatened for a while with his brilliant bowling. Eventually finds a way around it.
Hard contact by Suleiman rips away. Good running between the wickets. And then to the fourth over. It's 19 on the board, 4-1.
Sulaiman has to watch it. This is the man who has had the most dot balls at this tournament, Muhammad Nadir. And an inventive shot there from Sulaiman Rushewe from the bowling of Muhammad Nadir. From one opening batter to another opening batter. Awareness from Hamza Khan to stop that ball.
We've seen a lot of players achieve new feats in this tournament, especially this Rwandan side. Saw the likes of Didier get a new personal best of 82 against Leone yesterday, as well as Nadir getting into his 50th T20I wicket. Already added 8 more to that, 2 shy of another round figure. And also Nadir Mohamed being the highest ranked bowler in this tournament, ranked 161 in T20. In T20I, tells you all you need to know about his capabilities as a left-arm orthodox bowler. And then to the 5th over it is, and 25 on the board for 1.
Sulaiman has faced more balls than Selim and has scored considerable number of runs, 21 to his credit. And now Jean-Michael Iradukunda coming from the House on the Rock end into his first over.
Plays it to the fielder, mid off, and it's a dot ball. John Mike had to step up yesterday in the absence of Zabi and Inyas, who 3 successful overs picking up 4 wickets, giving out only 17 runs. Today is coming to break the opening bowling partnership. Not enough contact behind that ball. And a little yell of frustration from Sulaiman Rushewe. You can see the intended shot he wanted to play. It's 1 run. Slow start for the Yellow Greens. but they do need to keep those wickets beyond the midway point of this inning.
Credit must go to the awareness of Neo Mugabe's side in ensuring that just one is taken. The reason when it comes to the field is currently number 5. Lovely catch from Daniel from 7 to 7. And Nigeria loses another wicket. Certainly not the wicket they wanted to lose. But then the reality is that Sulaiman will only play 23 runs from 21 balls faced.
It's not looking really good for the Yellow Greens. Wanted to pick that ball a little higher. As low as it was, Daniel Gumisenge went lower, making that ball close to the soil, taking his 20th career catch. By career, I mean international career. That was the 20th international career catch. T20 precisely for Daniel Gumisenge. Big one there by the young lad, and the unlucky nation to help him reach that milestone is Nigeria. The captain of the side has to go out. That too very quickly. Isaac Danladi, new personal best in this tournament, reached so far yesterday against Zambia. He stepped in for Salim Salah. Salim Salah hasn't really had that comfort batting. He hasn't really been able to steady down and play out a lot of overs, having to go out in the power play over. Hasn't really spent a lot of time in the batting crease to understand the pitch and the bowlers as well.
The top bowler, Emile Rukiriza, having a battle with the second best batter at this tournament. They want to do two is the call. And yes, they make that two comfortably. And after missing that, he had to walk out of his wicket and batting crease to have a rethink of what Emile Rukiriza is doing. Emile Rukiriza, 15 wickets to his credit. Danladi Isaac, when they met for the very first time at the second West Africa Trophy, proudly sponsored by Dafabet, Rusa Advisory, Sportbox, Fireflies, and Sport Entertainment, and Dreamcatchers.tv. He was the best batter and also the player of the match by virtue of his 44 runs from 42 balls. And he also had just 2 maximums, and every other thing were singles and sometimes doubles, and no fours in that game. And after 7 overs, Nigeria are currently on 4.57, the run rate, and at this stage the projected score will be 91, and that's a paltry 91, 32 for 2.
On the back, who plays it into the deep. Isai, and on long of reacts in time. And the yellow greens who settle for just one more run on the board. So where Salim Salah played that ball to fielder getting there in time, and he decides how about not just played a boob and infielder where there's much space for anyone in the ropes trying to run to the ball, and he did just that, lofting at both covers. That ball raced to the boundary. Big chase given by very fantastic catch taker earlier today, Daniel Kumisengi, and Isai. None could get to that ball. 4 more runs. First boundary of the day for the informed Danladi Isaac. Isaac Danladi had to step out of his popping crease, wanted to take advantage of that the wicket. And luckily, the wicket keeper reacted in time to prevent any extra run from being taken.
Didier misjudged the timing of that ball to allow just 1 run. There will be no run because there is a certain Muhammad Nadir . Overs gone. Nigeria are 38 runs for loss of 2. Not the kind of runs they will have loved to have on the board. But the reality on ground is that the Rwandans are not leaving anything to chance, knowing the kind of opponent they are up against. Emile Rukiriza into his second over. His first arm to be stretched today. Right ball. Looks a bit risky of a run, but the two decided to take that risk, and the risk paid off.
On the back foot, try to play it to the deep. Big fumble by Joy Michael, almost aiding that ball to the boundary. Lovely escape, and it's 1 run for the Yellow Greens of Nigeria.
The bat certainly did not connect. This is just 1 run to be taken. And that's a maximum. The first one for Salim Salau.
Short ball pitched. Already saw the turn Salim Salau. And this ball, any batter would do, and that's take advantage of that slow hanging ball. Big maximum for the Yellow Greens, big maximum for Salim Salau. Already been stepped up since coming in the second over. Came in for Ali Ramon and has maintained his stay in the crease.
This was huge than what we saw. Back-to-back maximum. Emile Rukiriza taught to shreds. An expensive over for him. He has to regenerate and come back. After 2 overs, he has given away 19 runs. Nigeria are 54 for 2 wicket loss after 9 overs. The current run rate has moved up to 6.00. They will hope that this duo remain there for another 6 overs or more, and see that again on replay, completely out of the pitch 1.
And just like that, I would say the runs of Nigeria has skyrocketed. 54 in the last 9 overs gone, compared to the 27 we saw after 5 overs. And in the next 4 overs that followed, the runs have increased by a lot. Nadir Mohammed now this time will be coming from the House of the Rock and looking for another wicket, 2 shy of another personal milestone. Salim Salau really has got himself ticking. 19 in this much needed game. This is more than just a match between the two sides right now. This is to attest dominance. Nigeria winning the first tie, staying on top of the table. Rwanda won the next and returned to the top of the table, taking that lead from Nigeria. And a shocking loss to Zambia was what gave Nigeria that edge and put them back on top. A win today would see Rwanda climb back there. As a win today, we'll also see Nigeria end the round table fixture on top of the table.
Salim's talent is never in doubt. He only needed to optimize that potential. Tricky, deadly ball. And Isaac Danladi survives. That intelligent bowling coming from Muhammad Nadir into his second over. But more importantly, as we approach the drinks break. Isai has been the one that has covered the most ground today by virtue of running the channels and ensuring that runs don't fly.
For some reason, it is just very difficult to keep Danladi Isaac on strike. He always finds that gap to release himself. And always into that space. A very good end to the 10th over. Come to the end of my corrections. Ajidagwa, we're already into the drinks break. Teams can re-strategize. You said it earlier, this water break always makes or break a team's inning. Nigeria's batting looks to be stabilized so far. But in the drinks break, a lot of things happen. Either the bowling gets better or the batting deteriorates. First catch opportunity, that was Miss Ali Ramon's first escape. Another one for Ali Ramon until he was caught in the mid-off region by the bowler who couldn't take him out. .58 on the board after 10 overs, 2 wickets lost.
An opportunity, thank you Peter, for me to give props. And you can see again on replay those beautiful catches. That was boundaries being shown on replay. And then you see maximums being sent out of stadium. Another one. Thank you, those in charge of the replays. And thank you to Francis Ategeka, the head of the ground staff, Danjuma Gamache, Amos Ibrahim, Ijoko Ebenezer, Jacob Silvanos, Ishaku Sunday, Bashiru Yaya, Usman Aliu, and Hazan Tanko. This ground staff have done a fantastic job. Prior to the commencement of this competition on December 4, 2025, they've been working on this pitch to get it ready. And consistently, before a game starts, after the first innings, after the second innings, their work continues. And we are back from the drinks break. What does he do to the bowling side? And what does he do to the batting side? It remains to be seen.
Clinton Rubagumia today decides to field in the deep always fielding in the inner ring. So far in the tournament today, he has decided to go deep and get those catch opportunities should they come.
Good backup there from Salim Salau, assisting Isaac Danladi. Takes 2 to run. There was nothing Niomu Gaboe Isai could do about that than to give it a lovely admiration and say, these are the kind of things I would also do if I were to be in the batting crease. Brilliant shot. See that again on replay. No movement at all.
The leading wicket taker giving out the most runs in this inning and is still yet to pick a wicket. He is a victim of Salim Salau for the third time in this inning. Was a victim in the previous over where Salim Salau hit him for 2 maximums. And now again, different line, but same result. Salim Salau goes big. And that ball races all the way to a boundary for a 6. 3 sixes in this inning for Salim Salau. 28 already. And that is an end to the 11th over. 72-4-2.
And Peter, if you are just joining this commentary for the very first time and you hear us talking about Emile Rukiriza to be the best bowler of this tournament with 15 wickets, and the way Salim Salau is finding so much comfort, you begin to ask yourself, are these people telling us the truth, or they are just trying to cook up things? Salim Salau seems very comfortable with Emile Rukiriza. After 3 overs, being hit for 3 sixes, yet to get a wicket. Mohamed Nadir.
You could have seen the run out on the non-strikers end if Mohamed Nadir had not taken that harm that eye. But regardless, plays on the back foot into the gap. Daniel Gumisenge with a big dive, not enough. 4 is the signal, 4 is the call by the umpire. 4 more runs for the Yellow Greens. Good start, good partnership for the duo of Danladi Isaac and Salim Salau. 40 is already too shy of the 50 runs mark. runs Salim Salah has played in an inning in this tournament, highest coming against Zambia before he went on that lengthy break, missing the next 2 games. His highest on prior to today was 26 of 22. Today he's on 32 of 23, 24 now. That is a big improvement. Needed that rest, it seems, Seun. No, he wasn't active for the last 2 games. We thought he was injured, but the coach decided to rest him, and I think he's taking that personally with today's performance.
Peter, you can see that again. They like to go for 2, but that was way too high for wicketkeeper Oscar Manishimwe from that throw, and they are safe. And it's quite a bit of a surprise that the spinners are struggling today. Mohamed Nadir 3 over 16 runs. I don't think they want to bring back Emile Rukiriza. He's both 3 overs and he has given out 33 runs. Yet to get a wicket. The only 2 people that have gotten a wicket has been Ignash and of course Bime Imanazapi. I beg your pardon, it was Jean-Michael Iradukunda. Zapi was supposed to get a wicket off his first over. Those 2 drop catches from Oscar Manishimwe and Didier Indi Kugimana dropping him at slips before eventually went out. And the captain will take responsibility at this juncture. Lubagumia Clinton. After 12 overs, Nigeria is on 79 for 2. And you have to also say that talking about the squad depth, I would come back to analyze that from the teams that are taking part in this competition.
The man we expected to come for the ball, Clinton Rubagumia, missed 2 games also until yesterday. He came in and took a wicket in each of the 3 overs he bowled. Fine form for the last time Rwanda beat Nigeria in this competition. Clinton Rubagumia in the Kubi manner was the man who stepped up. So as it stands, Clinton Rubagumia is still looking for his first victory against this Nigerian side. Unlucky the first meeting.
Great sportsmanship from the duo. Rubagumia Clinton, the bowler, admitting there was a bit of collision between himself and Salim Salah, and the 2 of them apologize to each other. That's what we need in sport, that spirit of sportsmanship. A beautiful scene to see. Did he go up? Yes, he did. Another maximum. He has scored the most maximum today. Salim Salah is on fire. 4 maximums. 3 from Emile Rukiriza. And 1 now from Bagumia Clinton. And I was having a lengthy conversation yesterday with Javi Patel after the loss against Nigeria. And he was talking about their team, that they brought 13 players. And that means they are the team that brought the least players. Said 4 of their good players, all-rounder, didn't make the squad. But they are gradually improving, you have to say. And That fumbling of ball from Bimei Manazapi will allow for that 2 runs, comfortable one to be taken. What was that? Looks more like a maximum, but then the signal from the standing umpire, who sees better, Temitope Niko Ijaba, suggests that that ball was 4 runs, mistimed by Muhammad Nadir, who Clinton hoped would have helped him with that ball. Maybe the replay will say it all. But Salim Salau almost there to join the growing list of players who have scored 50 plus. My statistics here shows that 14 already. Can he be the 15th player? It will be very great for the Edo State cricketer. Clinton is telling Mohamed Nadir something. This is the area where he has to watch it. Salim Salau. That was missed. With that race to a 4. And so we can get up for the youngster. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Salim Salau. Congratulations, Salim Salau. And I'm sure the entire people in Edo State, and by extension his club, Federal Government College, Warri Old Student Association, will be proud of his exploits. Congratulations, and it gets more like a congratulations from another player who has achieved that kind of milestone. They want to do 2, but what a great communication from the duo in ensuring that just 1 is made, and brilliant fielding there from Emile Rukiriza.
There's one thing Naladi Isaac knows how to do is build partnership with whoever he manages to be in the batting crease with. This time around, the lucky person, I will call him the lucky person, is Salim Salau, because he has built this understanding with Danadi Isaac. As he's getting those boundaries, he's also having someone quick on the feet to push him to run between the wickets. Very important. That was Rwanda's strategy yesterday against Sierra Leone. We were mostly running between the wicket. Hamza Khan and Didier in the Coupe game manner, playing all the way into the 18th over, running in between the wickets as much as possible. Didier didn't even play any maximum in that yesterday's game, was only playing into the gap, playing 4s, as I call it, playing 4s. Hamza playing the maximums, didn't even play too many maximums for the batters. 9 boundaries for Didier yesterday. and all were fours, but he still got 22. Tells you how fast he and Hamza Khan were in running in between the wickets. And then to the 14th over it is, it's 102 for 2.
Thank you very much for that information. But it has to be said, Mohamed Nadir in 2 games have just gotten 1 wicket, and today is the worst bowling spell by his standard. This should be economy rate of 6.00 by virtue of bowling 4 overs and considered 24 runs. Just thinking aloud. It might not be, but I'm just looking at it. That looks like 6.00 economy rate.
Yeah, he's giving out a lot of runs, but the person who shocked me the most is Wickets Emile, leading the wickets chart. But Salim Salah has put him to unrest, making him give out 33 runs so far in just 3 overs bowled. And he has a very significant economy as it stands, 11.00. A lot of runs. Whenever Salim Salah is on strike, we know he's there to decimate whoever the ball is. We felt that it was because of the turns that he was getting those big balls off Wickets Emile. But he silenced his doubters as Clinton Bagumi bowled. He sent him off the last ball for a boundary. Won't be a boundary this time. Danladi Isaac off strike. Now comes on strike.
You have to say intelligent batting from Isaac Danladi, arguably Nigeria's best player. He's so much intelligence when he's batting, and he exudes a lot of confidence. And when you look at the average age of Team Nigeria and by extension Zambia, the future for Africa is bright. You see youngsters like Okasha Isiaku, who didn't play today. You see youngsters like Elo Chukwu. You see youngsters like Ramon Ali, not also leaving out the other player in Abdullahi Ismail.
Down the 19th setup has developed a lot of youngsters for this Nigerian side. Danladi Isaac, Salim Salah, Isaac Ope, Sylvester Ope. All came through the under-19 ranks, and they've made it this far coming into the national team, built that experience from the scratch, and not just from the scratch, built it all the way into the junior yellow greens at international level, played international competitions. And that has helped build their confidence. You saw how explosive Ramon Ali was on his first match, putting up 64. Hasn't really reached that figure in any of his matches, but of such a significant milestone, an international debut for the senior national team, tells you just how much development these guys have gone through, how much rigorous activities, and now they've bonded as a team and as individuals. Danladi Isaac is currently the highest ranked batter in this tournament, 365 ranked batter in the team and in the tournament. No other batter is ranked higher, and he's doing that significantly. Hamza Khan is the only person posing a threat to him on top of that batting chart as it stands.
Well said, Peter. And you have to commend the Nigerian Cricket Federation, led by the president himself and the best sport administrator in Nigeria for year 2025, Dr. Uyo Sando Sawaru Akpata, should definitely be getting in either today or tomorrow. But you have to commend that developmental program, like Peter said. Hardly can you look at this squad and say most of them did not pass through that developmental program, from Sylvester Ope, who qualified Nigeria for our first ever World Cup, to Salim Salah, to Sulaiman Rushewe, to Joshua Asia. You look at Isaac Danladi, Daniel Agekum, Vincent Adewoye, even Unelo Chukwu, Prosper Hussaini, Okasha Ramonali, Kenneth Boniface, Ismail, who did not pass through that developmental program. So something is working in Nigeria, and we hope to see many more. He slaps the ball. No movement. No movement.
Takes advantage of that offside of his. Ignace coming from around the wicket, over the wicket as a left-hander. And there was space on that offside to punch that ball hard. Into the gap it ran, and 4 runs was birted. That space on the offside of the wicket for Daladi Isaac. Good advantage.
Every run counts now, and we have to say that the first loss of Rwanda in this tournament, Nigeria scored 119. The second loss, Zambia scored 140. They couldn't chase it. We don't know how many runs Nigeria will score today. One thing is sure, these two batters communicating very well. And Peter told you about Isaac Danladi, how he loves to build relationship. Built one yesterday with Sylvester Okpe, where they both finished on 44 and 40 respectively. He scored 40 and Sylvester scored 44. And today he's already on 33. Looks more like, if things go according to plans for him, he might still get to half century. They go for 2, and good running in between the wicket from this duo, taking on Ignace into Renganya. 1 became 2, alertness and awareness. The 2 A's that you require. Nigeria currently on 115 into the 16th over. One more good ball to be bowled by Intirenganya Ignace. On the house on the rock end into his 3rd over. And he sends him, and every ball they scored run. Radukunda almost fumbled that ball. But then just 1 run was made. And 16 overs gone. Nigeria are 116 for loss of 2 wickets. Only the wicket of Captain Sulaiman and Ramon Ali. Another maximum and a no ball makes it 7. And you still have to face that no ball. Things are not going according to plans for Team Rwanda. Bimenyimana Zapi sent to a distance he definitely didn't want to go. See that again on replay. Thank you. No ball call, maximum.
Enough chance to pitch that ball and didn't. Free hit call. And that free hit is being called for the informed Salim Salah. Longest stint he's had in the batting crease. The unlucky victim, Zappi. Disappointed in himself, Salim Salah. Wanted to put that 80 to good use, and now he has gone off strike, and the immunity has been waived.
Brilliant. Bime Iman Azapi. That's how strong men do. They recover from what looks more like a difficult situation. He had to put his hand off that shot of Isaac Danladi. Though it cost him, the physio will come in to treat him. But then he had to do what he had to do. And just quickly, let's talk about Team Nigeria. Help us understand how this Nigerian batting side had done excellently well. We knew when Ramon Ali lost his wicket, the runs Nigeria was. And you knew when Sulaiman Rushewe also lost his wicket. Please, those back home watching would like to hear how I want you to eulogize this Nigerian batting, especially from the duo of Salim Salah and Isaac Danladi, where they picked the game from and where they are taking it to now.
Salim Salah and Isaac Danladi, if there's a word to quantify it, I would say excellent. Both of them coming in, Salim Salah coming one down, Danladi has it 2 down, and have managed to keep that wicket from falling. This is the longest Nigeria have gone without losing more than 3 wickets. The only period time that they've done better than this was the game against Leone, where only Salim Salah lost his wicket. But so far, not just in this game, but in this entire tournament, no team has had better middle order bars than the Nigerian side. Sierra Leone cannot, middle order cannot complement what the batting has done. Zambia also struggle with that a lot. And Rwanda's best batting abilities come from the top order. The moment they are 3 wickets down or 2 wickets down, the story turns. As long if Isai, Hamza Khan, and Didier are not in the batting crease, the story turns. But we've seen the likes of Prosper Hosseini come into the tail end, the likes of Isaac Okpe as well as Vincent come in and put runs on the board when the need is required.
Nigeria's highest score this tournament is 177 against Zambia. Zambia also has that score against Sierra Leone, but was bettered yesterday by Team Rwanda, scoring 179. They want to go for 2. 2 is the call, but Ignash throws the ball into a zone where Oscar Manishiwe will find it difficult to run out the informed batter, Salim Salah. Salim Salah is now the batter to have scored the most runs in a single game for Nigeria.
I took that personally, like I said, having been asked out of the squad for the last 2 games, coming back in. There is a finals to be played tomorrow. If he did not do better today, you could see himself get dropped from that. No player wants to miss out on contributing on that big stage, just beyond clapping in the tents. But was your own fair share that you've added to it. And Salim Salah, with this form, will make it impossible for him to not start tomorrow.
And they took out Bimei Manazapi. He's into his third over. And that search for a wicket continues. Nigeria 130 for 2 after 17 overs. 21 more balls to be bowled. Lots of wickets at hand. You still have batters like Prosper Hussaini, Sylvester Okpe, Vincent Adewoye still to bat. And for the very first time, the best bowler at this tournament was made to look like a learner. Emile Rukiriza is here to get the ball after his third over. And we are into the 18th over. Currently on 33. A loss of 3 wickets. It's quite unbelievable. And to think that even the spinners in the team are yet to get a wicket. Mohamed Nadir completed his own over. And that will be a safe catch. But what is going on? And from what looks like a safe catch became additional runs. The heads are turned. The morale is down. Bimei Manazapi. See that again on replay. Could have done better. But then the Nigerian bench and the guys batting wouldn't mind. Want to continue to have this luck. Brilliant bowling from Jean-Michael Iradukunda, one of the youngsters, an emerging force. Watch out into his third over. It's coming from the house on the rock end. You dare not do two. It's Neo Mugabe's side. Except that ball that beats him. Neo Mugabe's side wouldn't allow you to do otherwise.
In this tournament so far, it's the team that has batted first between these two teams that have ended up going on to win the game. Sierra Leone, sorry, my apologies. Rwanda won the first toss and the first meeting between these two and opted to field first in the game which they lost. And in the second round of fixtures, Nigeria won the toss that time around, decided to field first, sending Rwanda to bat, with Rwanda having them all out and below 100. Today, they won the toss, understood the rhythm of play and says that they are much more comfortable batting first, and they've decided to bat first, trying to feed on that jinx, and remains to see if they have what it takes to limit the batting prowesses of the opening batters, Hamza Khan and Didier, coming into the second innings. Helicopter swing by Salim Salah at the batter's end. Didn't get that big contact, but definitely did get 2 more runs between the wicket. It's the end of the 18th over and 138 for 2.
Danladi Isaac, after facing 38 balls, calls for another bat from the bench And his response was answered by Daniel Agiekum. And he's hoping that the new bat he just got will make him see him score 50 in today's game. We've seen funny situations from Nigeria. Yesterday, Daladi Isaac ended up on 40. Sylvester Okwe ended on 40. We've seen cases where he also did not score 50, but eventually now did it. He played 44 against this team when they first met. Vincent Adewoye scored 49. And let's see what happens at the end of the day. And the bat he got just sent that ball to the boundary. That was what he was looking for. Well played shots. Bimenyimana Zapi had no answer. And see that again on replay. All he could do was to give that ball a chase.
Much to the displease of Bimenyimana Zapi. 5 wickets is all he needs to get into that 100 T20I wicket. And he's not picked up one today, and I do not see him picking up 5 of this informed Nigerian side in tomorrow's finals match.
Peter, you can never say never. Cricket
Never
is
say
biscuits.
never, I do agree, but you need to salute to the batting prowesses of both sides.
Back-to-back fours. And ladies and gentlemen, Isaac Danladi is getting closer to playing his second half century. He has done one against this side where he scored 44. He has scored 46 now. And it's just 4 more shots of half century. He requested for a bat and he got what he wanted. They want to do 2. Can they? No, it's a call because it's Ignash Tirenganya. Lovely piece of fielding. Great support coming from New Mugabe Isai. And the two are having a great conversation. Selim Salau has joined Yegbe Jalo to score 72. The man who has the second highest run in a single game is Hamza Khan, right before us, who has 75, and that was yesterday. And they want to do 2. He's on 73, and they get what they want. He's now on 74. Yesterday, Didier scored 82 not out. Selim Salau can surpass that record if he continues to bat.
It is always a challenge to you as a Nigerian. You know, Nigerians are naturally competitive, healthily competitive. Being the home side, they will want to dominate in times like this. Selim Salau on strike. Good stuff by Didier. Stopped a major boundary that would have ensued. Nigerian batters.
Maybe Didier was just saying, no, you not get close to my record. I want to protect my record. And he had to put his body behind the line, feeding a backward of point. And Ladi Isaac. Just shuffled to play that ball. And now looks more like, Peter, a batting practice for Nigeria. Just like it happened yesterday when Hamza Khan and Didier were having a batting practice.
The fact that Sierra Leone couldn't get a wicket yesterday up until the 18th over, the frustration was ever present on their face every time a ball was either dotted or given a run. A run was buried out of. And now, since picking up 2 wickets in the power play, they've not been able to break this partnership, and that's put them on the edge. They're not pleased with that. They want a wicket, and I think that is already boosted the Nigerian team's morale. They're not losing a wicket, and now final over. There's going to be a lot of, especially given Danladi Isaac is on strike. Danladi would have settled for one, but Salim Salau, being a team player he is, scores for two and helps Danladi Isaac get into that 50 runs mark.
Beautiful scenes, congratulatory messages. When you wish someone well, the same will come back to you. Danladi Isaac wished him well when he scored his 50. Don't go. That's what Neo Mugabe Isa is telling him. You do, I run you out. He wished him well when he scored his 50. And now he also got that. Is there any chance for Salim Salau to get to that 82 that Didier achieved yesterday? Only time will tell.
Good backup by Emily Ruiz at the boundary. Salim Salau would have wanted to stay on strike, but he has to stay off strike for this ball. So the 5 already, Danladi Isaac on strike. It's the second time in this tournament we're seeing a batting pair get into 50s together. Third time, my correction, as in Patel, Jackie Patel and Nasim Ahmed did that together. And yesterday we saw Hazam Khan and Didier Ndikugimana do that together, both getting 50s in their partnership. Salim Salau and Danladi Isaac have done that also together, both getting 50s, putting up 50s together in a partnership. Going into the finals, looking strong for the Yellow Greens. Up in the air, it's a catch. Finally, it is a catch. 2 catches for Zappi. 26th career catch in the T20I format. Hasn't gotten a wicket yet, but it's helped the other bowlers get themselves a wicket. Another wicket for Jean-Michel Radikunda. Now into double figures of wickets taken, international wickets. 10 wickets for Jean-Michel Radikunda in T20Is for Rwanda.
Applause coming from the bench to Salim Salau. Even if he has lost his wicket, they will appreciate his 76 runs contribution from 48 balls. The bench applauding him, and that's Salim Salau on your screen, walking back as an happy man and getting an applause from his team captain. And in comes Sylvester Okpe, the player of the match from yesterday, having maybe just one ball to face before we come to the end, and dispatches it. But a lovely catch. That's coming all the way from Didier Ndikugimana.
Lovely catch during the first inning. 2 consecutive wickets, and they came late. Big shots played on the back foot, pulled that ball hard into the air. Stayed low, Didier Ndikugimana. And Nigeria will defend 156, 157 will be needed for everyone gun innings of this game. Mind you, in these 2 ties between both sides in this competition, no side has come from behind to chase and win. And that is in the game between Nigeria and Rwanda. Rwanda won the first game, won the toss in the first game of the field and couldn't successfully chase. Nigeria did the chasing in the second game after winning the toss also, and a chase that was unsuccessful. This time they've sent a two-command chase. Will it be a successful chase looking at the total and the form of Rwanda yesterday?
Thank you. Looking at the decision of Captain Sulaimon Rushewe to go and bat after winning the toss, you want to say up until this moment it's a good decision. They scored 156 for 4 in 20 overs, and that means for Rwanda to win they need 7.85 per over. Will it be achievable? That remains to be seen. What an entertaining second innings we have on our hands. It's going to be what's watching this big game that we are about to experience. Ladies and gentlemen, is day 9, March 17. Rwanda versus Nigeria. Second versus first.
The second inning starts. Rwanda have come with a hard job to do. They're doing 157 to win. Nigeria won the toss and decided to bowl first, sending the Rwandan side to bowl. This time around, they open from the House of the Rock end. The ball starts with none other than the informed youngster Abdullah Ismail. Picked up 2 wickets in the debut match, picked up 2 yesterday. Looking for one more or more wickets, I would say. Few matches played and already close to a significant mark for the national team. Hamza Khan was on strike for the first ball. He's off strike currently, and it's the man with the highest individual score getting his individual best yesterday against Leone, 82. First extra of this inning by Abdullah Ismail. Two runs so far in the chase. 155 is what is remaining of the runs chase. Reduce that by 1. How is that? And that one back. Hamza Khan out very early. Cheeky fits. Didier and Hamza Khan have always been successful. Yesterday they built up a huge partnership, 159. Running more than 100 between the wickets. Today, that would not happen. Direct hit all the way from mid-wicket. And Hamza Khan will walk back to the stands, disappointed. Look at that flick again. Big peak by Ken. In for the stumps. He's gotten a run-out prior to today, and this is the first direct hit he's getting on the international scene. Shehu Ajidanga, welcome to the commentator's box.
Thank you very much. That is the 7th dismissal for Kenneth Boniface. No wonder he's on the 3rd when it comes to the field. And I was going to ask you what informed the decision of Captain Sulaiman Rushewe to give the ball to Ismail Abdullahi. Usually Nigeria comes from the City Gate end, but if my memory serves me right, you can help me correct it. This is about the first time Nigeria will be bowling from the House on the Rock end. And guess who was entrusted with the ball? A young star, Abdullahi Ismail. In every game he has played from when he made his debut, he has always gotten wickets. But yesterday was just a bit much for the young star. Yes, he got 2 wickets just like he did in the game against Syria alone, which was his debut. But then he gave away 20 runs in 4 overs. But yesterday he gave away 30 runs. And now Hamza Khan has to go out in a manner he didn't like. When was the last time we saw Hamza Khan put up this poor showing? When I mean poor showing, not scoring runs, and that will give a batter like Isaac Danladi the breathing space. For those watching at home, in the first innings, first over for Nigeria when they were batting, 2 dropped catches from Bimeyi Manazapi. and I mean 2 drop catches. He was bowling, one from Didier and the other one was from Oscar Manishimwe. But Nigeria, into our first bowling, didn't give that chance at all, and that run out was brilliant from Kenneth Boniface. Neo Mugabo Isai has come in with Didier. They want to form a partnership. That's partnership that Nigeria wants to ensure doesn't exist.
I don't remember Isai ever coming in this early. He's in already in the first over. There's a lot to be done. Zappi tried on several occasions to pick a wicket in his first over, which was unsuccessful. 2 chances he didn't get in Nigeria. The only one they've gotten, direct hit run out by Kenneth Boniface. Good start for Nigeria. A wicket already lost for Rwanda. It's 5-4-1 after 1 over.
For people watching back home, this is Day 9, Match 17, second West Africa Trophy, final match between Nigeria and Rwanda for a battle of who tops, because this battle will continue tomorrow afternoon when it will be the time to fight for the trophy. But the first time Nigeria will be making very unusual kind of change. They are not coming again with the pace. From that other end, Sylvester Okpe, the player of the match from yesterday, will be bowling very early. But we have some guests already joined us. Alhaji Usman Ladan, a member of the board of the Cricket Federation representing the Northwest. Mr. Efe Dukuye, the former chairman of the selectors committee for under-19 male. And the big fish is ambassador from Rwanda to Nigeria, Christophe Bazivamu. Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Asia gets the wicket of Neo Mugabe's side. Destruction.
The explosive start of Isai backfires at this stage. Isai always going big early, doesn't really need time to get comfortable, and now that has cost him. Good shot he played, but Isai couldn't beat it at the deep region. Not a big wicket, and Didier in the Kipgumana is really having to struggle. Orchid was rested for this game. Orchid hasn't really clicked with the bats anytime he's been asked to come in. Right, 2 wickets already. Rwanda have really struggled with playing out the rest of the game anytime they lose 3 wickets. The new man in Daniel Gimisenge hasn't also clicked in this tournament. And already it's less than 2 overs, 2 wickets lost. This is looking like a really huge task for Rwanda.
When you talk about task, I agree with you 200%. Although impossibility is nothing, Nigeria also lost 2 wickets before the duo of Isaac Danladi and Selim Salah formed a partnership. Whether that partnership will happen remains to be seen. But I have not seen Team Rwanda chase this huge score before. Against Zambia, when they lost, Zambia scored 140. They couldn't chase it. When Nigeria beat them, Nigeria scored 118. They couldn't chase it. But now they are chasing this humongous total. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? Someone should please explain to me. See the hand of Didier. What is going on? Daniel, you were supposed to be in the lion's den. roaring. But now things are turning from bad to worse just after 2 overs.
We expected a fight. This is looking more like total control. Big run out again from none other than Kenneth Boniface. From that distance, big aim by the young lad. Straight hit. Daniel Gimisengi going out after 1 ball. Nigerians are bringing the gun to a pillow fight. This is supposed to be a relaxing game for both sides. Both sides already confirmed to be in the finals tomorrow. But Nigeria want to go in there with finesse and style.
One was a catch from Joshua Asia. Cool as you like catch, caught Neo Mugabe inside, didn't allow him to breathe. And the two have been run out. I'm sure the others will put on their thinking cap that at this juncture, we cannot take Kenneth Boniface for granted and the entire field inside. In comes 2 wicket keeper are now batting, Didier and Oscar Manishimwe. Ladies and gentlemen, maiden wicket for Okpe Sylvester. The first time it will be happening to Nigeria.
Smile returning for his second over. A lot to pick up from Sylvester Dokpa. Change in bowling lineup for Nigeria certainly come as a shocker, I'll tell you, to Rwanda. This time around they decided to start with Ismail despite Prosper Hosseini being back in the squad. And Sylvester Oki coming as second opening pair from the CAKN. 3 wickets already in 2 overs. So this is the worst start to an inning we've seen from Rwanda in any game so far in this tournament. It seems that I think they are a little bit too relaxed giving out there in the finals. Or do you think they came with their A game today and Nigeria is just getting the best of that?
Maybe after this ball, I will try to answer your question. White ball. You can look at the cup half full or half empty. And why am I saying this? You were at the center for the toss. I'm sure Lubagumia Clinton would have loved to bat first. To continue in that momentum of what happened yesterday, where Hamza Khan and his other partner DJ scored lots of runs. Unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to go and bat, and they were put to field. And like we said, the two games that they have lost, one, the opponent scored 140, they couldn't chase. The second one, the opponent scored 119, they couldn't chase. And you rightly put it that on two occasions when these two teams met, the team that batted first went on to win. And for Nigeria to put up that 156 runs is a huge target, no doubt. And they are not playing against Sierra Leone. No disrespect to Sierra Leone. On the day Sierra Leone wants to bowl, they can bowl well. But yesterday the bowling was erratic, and Lassana Lamine also confirmed that. And bowling against this very tidy Nigerian side, you knew it was going to be a problem for them. And brilliant shot from Didier, getting to that zone that he likes to be. And once you take out Hamza Khan, Neo Mugabe Isai, and you didn't allow those two to breathe, then it becomes a problem. But they still have other batters. So for me, I'm looking at it from the angle of that runs was much, and what is required was also much, and they never envisage that after 3 overs they'll be 3 wickets down. Poor starts.
Yeah, certainly poor start under any circumstances, be it your A game or a friendly match. 3 wickets in power play, and in the first 2 overs of the inning, the most wickets falling in the first 2 overs by any team of any standard. This time around, Nigeria seems to have come prepared. Rwanda are known to be quick between the wickets, and today they've had no choice but to be compact. Kenneth Boniface has put fears into the hearts of the batters of Rwanda. Huge task for Oscar Manishiwe. Only batted 4 innings prior to today with his best 24 of 25 balls in the last fixtures against Zambia. Other than that, he's not been able to put beyond 5 against this Nigerian side. 3 already, but still not enough. For 144 will be needed as we are into the 100 balls count. 20 balls bowled so far. Good with the bats, wasn't good getting behind that ball as a few with Salim Salau. As that ball beats him into the gap, it goes and boundary. First boundary against the Yellow Greens for Oscar Manishimwe. Narrow miss, could have been another run out. Skip the scare. They will have to keep his cool now. Any fall of wickets, the middle order, the Rwandan side haven't really been too compact and skillful with the bats. One more ball in this over for Sylvester Opie. Good line, good lane by the bowler. Isn't giving Didier any chance to breathe as he's always coming knocking on that stumps. After every reaction, he's back almost immediately as the batter is not settled in and he's bowling. End of the fourth over. It's 19 on the board, 4-4. 139 now of the next 97 balls.
Elochukwu into his first over for today. Undubudem coming from the house on the rock end. Inventive shot from Didier. And that prompted wicketkeeper and captain Tulamon to have a conversation with Elochukwu, saying, I see what the batter is doing. I know where you will keep it for the batter. That will make it very uncomfortable for him. And certainly that's not where he was asked to drop the ball. Wide ball. Elochukwu needs to do better, especially when he's bowling as a spinner. Can't afford to be giving extras. What spinners are known for, they ensure that the overs are quick by virtue of not going for any long run-up. To quickly end the over and sometimes make things uncomfortable. They want to do too. And of course, Isaac Danledi is telling Ramon Ali it's not Uhuru yet. It's not time for relaxing. We need to continue to press this team.
Good comeback by Elochukwu Budubim, I'd say. Already finding that line, that good line. That wait for a fifth international wicket will extend for Undubudem Elochukwu as we end the fifth over. 26 on the board for 3 wickets lost.
Isaac Okpe has an opportunity to either go closer to Emile Rukuriza or surpass him. Emile had a bad bowling spell today by his standard. He bowled only 3 overs and gave out 33 runs and never had any wickets. But he still holds his lead. After 9 innings, he has 15 wickets. But Isaac is just 2 short of Emile. And he has an opportunity to equal him. Just like the youngster Isaac Danladi is very impressive with the bats to go back top where he feels he belongs. Three balls, 3 runs into his first over. And the guys giving it everything that they have. Backward of point, see that fielding from Isaac Danladi, the best batter at this tournament, despite playing 1 game less. The 9-wicket victory against Sierra Leone, which was the debut of Ramon Ali, and also went home with the player of the match. Nigeria winning that by 9 wickets.
One thing I like about Koke is his ability to bowl in variations. It was in swing off that last ball. And a fantastic end to the power play over. 30 on the board for 3 wickets lost. A huge task. How Rwanda plan to come back to this bowling progress of this Nigerian side is still something I'm in wonder of. 177 is needed of the next 84 balls now.
Seems as if what we projected, we need to make a correction. He's been missing for some games because of lack of his fitness. But it's great to see him back into the squad after missing 3 games. Joshua Asia, and that means there's no place for Prosper Hussaini in the squad today. Joshua Asia got that wicket off Neo Mugabe's side of that brilliant catch. He has an opportunity to get a wicket for himself. And good stop from the best batter from Nigeria, Salim Salau. What they need, Nigeria is not making it available. That's boundaries.
First maximum for Rwanda, and the victim is Joshua Isia. Manishimwe Oscar settled down against the Nigerian side. Salim Salau picked up form today, and Manishimwe Oscar is doing his better form against Nigeria. Went down on one knee, saw that turn, and plays it outside of the reach of Isaac Okwi, beyond the fence.
Great comeback from Asia. First over wasn't too good. 11 runs conceded. And he had to have a conversation with his captain about what exactly happened in that first over and what he was doing well and what he eventually did wrongly that made Oscar Manishimwe to send him to a destination he didn't want to go. And you can see that the two of them are trying to build a partnership. Didier is already on 100% strike rate. Oscar Manishimwe is close to that 100% strike rate, has faced 19 balls and has scored 18 runs. Both of them scoring identical runs. But they need 116 runs in 78 balls. And the current run rate is 5.86 as against what is required, which is 8.92.
One thing you have to admire about this Nigerian side is, despite how young the squad is looking, they have a lot of experienced players who made their debut in the 2019. Two of them coming into the team just after helping the squad qualify for the Under-19 World Cup. The likes of Sylvester Okwe, Isaac Danladi, after helping the team qualify for the World Cup, were drafted immediately into the national team for the World Cup qualifiers against Kenya in Kampala. And that same year, Vincent Adewoye made his debut against Kenya alongside Isaac Okwe. And since then, they've been consistent in the national team presence. And that experience, they're adding it to this and passing the experience to these young lads. You can see that as they play. You can see just how prepared that this team, and how much of a foundational, you can't have a foundation if it's not on a solid ground. And despite these young ones being thrown in with very little experience, the most senior players in the squad have done well to integrate them properly. They've eaten off the experience of the predecessors, the ones before them, and now they seem to be passing the baton as they've given a lot of chance for these young lads to shine with ball and bat.
Gradually, slowly but surely, Rwanda might not be getting what is required, but the fact that Oscar Manishimwe and Didier Indikugimana have decided to continue to score those runs off those singles is something that will be of delight to their coach Lawrence Chiad and the entire teammates, hoping that they can continue to bat. And after 8 overs gone, they are on 47 for loss of 3 wickets. See the beautiful area view of where the second West Africa trophy is being played. And this is the last game for the round robin for these two teams before they meet again in the final. And 110 runs they need to score off 72 balls. That would be some Indian Premier League batting. Into his second spell, but more importantly, the ninth over. Joshua Asia would hope to get the wicket of either Oscar Manishimwe or Didier. First over was a bit expensive. His teammates are encouraging him much better. It looks a bit fuller. Just imagine the connection was there from Oscar Manishimwe. And they eventually run. Didier, who is on 100% strike rate from 23 balls he has faced, he has scored 23 runs. An appeal, but looks like the ball will race. They look for one more, or just two, and it was a wide that was declared. And in addition to what happened, 2 runs were made. Square leg umpire Temitope Oniko Ijabar having a conversation saying what I saw was a bye and not a wide. And so instead of that extra run, he's seen as 2 runs taken between these two. Good job to all the liaison officers, Becky Mubarak from Nigeria, and Gideon. Poor fielding from what should have been just no run. Ramon Ali fumbles that ball in a very lackadaisical fashion at mid-wicket. He tries to be inventive. Didier with that conventional shot. Joshua, after 2 overs, giving out 15 runs. But we want more good ball to be bowled. To all our wonderful viewers who have kept faith with us from Thursday, December 4, 2025 to this day, December 13, 2025, where we are just some 12 days to Christmas. I say to you, compliment of the season. May this season bring all of us good tidings. But don't forget, we still have some dignitaries here with us, and many more will join us tomorrow for the grand finale. Hello Chuku, now coming from the City Gate end. Lovely stop there from the man who accounted for 2 wickets through that run out, Kenneth Boniface.
Swept earlier in his previous over. Revert swept, and now that was repeated again. Very lucky. Another boundary wasn't birted. That bounce put that ball out of the grip of Elechukwu Mudubem. But better line this time. On the off stump, coming in, very little Didier could do, and it's another dot. Hands on his head, Elechukwu was looking for his 5th international wicket, and that will have to be delayed as not out. Silence of umpire standing at the Nikoi.
The unconventional style employed by Didier might just prove a bit costly, but up until this moment, getting on with it, and this will bring us to the end of the 10th over, and more importantly, the much required drinks break. Rwanda 55 for loss of 3 wickets. Didier is already on 27 against Nigeria in that 24-run victory. He scored an half century. He's 23 runs short of that. Oscar Manishiwe is also blowing hot. Scored 21 from 23 balls. They need 102 runs in 60 balls. And let's see how this pans out. We always say the drinks break does one thing. It's either he re-energizes the fielding side or he encourages the batting side to do well. In the first innings, he encouraged the batting side because they went on. And I'm talking about Isaac Danladi and Salim Salau. When I see throws like that, I appreciate those fielding at the boundary ropes. Piece of fielding, excellent throw to the wicket keeper, Joshua Sia. Finally, Kenneth Boniface is having a great day today. We talked about the drinks break. He can only do two things: energizes the fielding side to do better, or makes the batting side go stronger. But this time around, that partnership has been broken. Oscar Manishimwe has to take that long walk. You don't want to try that with Kenneth Boniface. Kenneth Boniface is on fire, and I'm sure that with the way he's going, yet to bowl, already has 9 dismissals.
Two wickets already in this match for Sylvester Oke. On 69 career wickets, T20 career wickets, international career wickets to be more precise. One shy of another personal milestone. This tournament has brought forth a lot of excitement and personal feats. We saw the other day Nadim Mohamed reaching 50 T20I career wickets. We saw Danladi Isaac post his personal best. We saw Didier post a personal best. We saw one of the highest partnership in T20 cricket between Hamza Khan and Didier. A lot of things have been set in this tournament so far. What are your takes on it?
Rubagumia Clinton comes on. Captain wants to take responsibility, hoping to have a captain's innings. It's good for the game. And I must say that looking at most teams with average of 23 years of age, you have to say that this is good for the future of cricket, especially West Africa. And I was having a conversation, like I told you, with Javi Patel yesterday. He said one of the reasons they lost against Nigeria was Asim dotted too many balls. And today they are going to ring some changes to bring in people who should come in and bat and score runs. Yes, Asim did not do the Asim that we know, and Zoeb Chan tried his best possible. He was the best batter yesterday, but he felt if they had brought in about 4 good all-rounders, it could have been a different story entirely. They brought 13 players. They are the only team to have that few numbers. He said ordinarily he's supposed to be resting for some games because these games were coming thick and fast for them, back to back to back. They only have one game, 1 day to rest. But if you look at the other teams, you look at Sierra Leone not having Alison Toure, not having George Cisse, not having Edward Ngbeba, Nigeria not having the likes of Ridwan Karim, Taiwo Mohammed, Guinness World Record holder Peter Ho currently off to Dubai. Jimo Abdurrahman, and some other players, and having these youngsters doing well, it means that the coaches have done excellently well, to be honest.
Very much agree with you. And that lengthy absence for Zambia, I still not put them on that level with the rest of this team. Zambia are the only unranked team in this tournament, but they certainly did put up a fight.
There are some players who like to play a particular team. We said John Bangura likes to play Nigeria. It seems as if Didier Indikugimana likes to play Nigeria. And that's an opportunity for a catch. And ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Lovely catch. Finally, he has to go. Even if he didn't do well with the bat. Vincent Adewoye has done well with that brilliant catch. You can only appreciate that catch on replay.
These wickets, and the only way they could actually get this run if someone decides to open up and go for the maximums. Didier decided to be that man today, and he came at the cost. He had to go out. Very lovely catch from Vincent Adewoye again from long on. Raced towards that deep and took that catch while going on the floor. It's one of the most difficult catches to take by the ropes going onto the floor. And he went low, met that ball, stayed within those ropes, and Didier had to walk back.
There's nothing you want to sum up this man today. Terrible day for Emile Rukiriza with the ball. No wickets. Gave out 33 runs, didn't complete his 4 overs, his customary 4 overs, before they had to withdraw that ball from him. And when he came to batting, a lot was expected from Emile Rukiriza, but Rukiriza just came, and guess what? He didn't get a wicket and succeeded in playing a golden duck of the bowling of Joshua Asia. And you see Asia dancing. From Asia starting from a poor position, it seems as if the joy is at that City Gate end. That's where the miracle is happening from.
Mentioned it earlier, how the middle order until end are not really skillful enough to always launch Rwanda and put more runs on the board. We saw that against Leone, where Lassana Lamy picked up a hat-trick of the last 3 remaining batters for Rwanda. It's been a problem as of late in this tournament. They've not really been losing too many wickets, and so whoever is in batting at that period can help them see out the game. But so far, whenever they lose this many wickets, it's very difficult for them to continue from there. And then to the 12th over, it's 61-4-6.
He was on the brink of getting that third wicket from that third ball. After that catch, brilliant catch from Vincent Adewoye off Didier Indukugimana's shot. He got the wicket of Emile Rukiriza, and in comes Jean-Michel Iradukunda. And now 2 new partnership. Ismail walking his socks up, just like I said in the first innings. The man who covered the most ground had to be Neo Mugabe's side. Ran those channels up in the air, and Sylvester Okpe would not allow that to go.
5th international wicket for Undubudem Elochukwu. And who goes out? It's the captain of Rwanda, Michael. Was having his own fun yesterday, taking out the batters of Sierra Leone. And today, he's tasting the same meal he is fond of serving. Getting out. The lack of skill, the lack of techniques by the tail end of Rwanda is starting to get the best of them. There was no intention behind that shot, no direction, just pure power. And even that power wasn't enough for the shot intended.
Apologies if I say this, but I must say that the most runs of Rwanda have been scored by the likes of Leo Mugabe Isai, Didier Indikugimana, and of course Hamza Khan. And once those runs don't come from that zone, it's usually very difficult for the others to really do anything. Those are the fulcrum of that team. And I say it with all sense of responsibility that when you look at the runs that Team Rwanda have scored, you can zero in on those trials. And once those trials don't get into the groove, it's usually very difficult. And the person who came on now, they trust him with the ball more than the bat. Muhammad Nadir. But today was a bad day at the office for both of them, himself and Emile Rukiriza. Rukiriza gave away 33 runs from 3 overs. Muhammad Nadir gave away 24 runs from 4 overs without getting a wicket. And those are the trusted hands that didn't come to the party. You do to me what you usually do to people. Hamza Khan, what he usually does is to make things uncomfortable. Nigeria almost wrapping things up. Sylvester Okwe has tried from both ends, and Rubagumia trying to be creative and inventive, but it didn't happen as planned. And just one, it doesn't hurt Nigeria. So long as the runs are not coming, it doesn't bother Nigeria. Muhammad Nadir is on 100% strike rate. Faced one ball and scored one run. From one spinner to another spinner. Signal from the standing umpire to Mitokpo Niko Ijaba. Dead ball. If he goes, he would have to go back and meet his teammates where they are sitting at the pavilion. No run there is what Clinton Rubagumia is saying.
Yeah, as it stands, they only have one capable person of putting the runs on the board, and that person is Clinton Rubagumia. Nadir Mohammed has very little experience in terms of hitting balls. This one, he finds it above the gap, above covers, but there was a deep extra covers. 2 runs, Nadir Mohammed uncomfortably stays on strike.
They will want to do 2, and they will get that comfortable 2 because of the initial pickup from Elo Chukwu. And I've never seen Team Rwanda in this difficult situation where they need 14.59 and has now become 14.67. The required run rate, and they are on 4.93. And they have to score 88 runs in 36 balls. With just 6 overs to go. But the question is, will Nigeria allow them to even complete this over?
Score to settle, and it looks like Nigeria is having the better end of that against this Rwandan side. The last time they met, by the time Nigeria had lost 7 wickets, it was 85 on the board. Now, quite lesser. Nigeria is not just playing a game, but also making a statement. This is their own round. I want to use the term lucky as that victory. That was a hard-fought one. They deserved that victory. But teams that form that Nigeria wasn't in, and they took advantage of it. Nigeria has capitalized on that. Sierra Leone was on the receiving end of that aggression in the previous day, in the first match of the return fixtures, the third round of the return fixtures precisely. And Zambia also tasted that yesterday, but the main score to settle was Rwanda, and they are doing that absolutely, completely desolating and demolishing the battle lineup of Rwanda. The bills are dislodged, but it was the wicket keeper's play. Correction, bold decision. Asia picks up the wicket of Mohamed Nadir. Another wicket lost. Nothing I see Rwanda being able to do here, Seun.
This is gone. And I say it with all sense of responsibility. But I also have to say that when you look at the way this tournament was structured, the 4 teams are expected to meet themselves thrice. That means you have to play 9 matches, then either one final or a 3rd place, depending on how you finish. And from where we stand, we know these 2 teams are meeting tomorrow afternoon. It's a standard, in spite of what happened in today's game. But I also must say that one thing is to win the battle, another thing is to win the war. For the battle, Nigeria has won the battle, but the war is what is most important, and that war is tomorrow. And I'm expecting a great fight back from Team Rwanda.
You said it very well, Seun. This is just the butter. This is just the meal. It's tomorrow when these 2 sides will square up, and Rwanda will seek to even things out.
And that was declared by the standing umpire as a dead ball rather than a ball being bowled, because the bails of Bimeyimana Zapi fell off, and so that ball has to be rebowled. And it's quite unfortunate. You have to saddle Bimeyimana Zapi with scoring runs.
Two run out by Boniface Kenneth. 1 catch, almost making it 2. Would have sent out Zapi. Opened up full chest to the ball. Not impressive by Kenneth, but he's lucky that ball didn't race all the way to the boundary.
But I think you can pardon Kenneth Boniface. What he has done today is deserving of commendation. But again, it's just that in cricket, there are no extra lives that you usually give. You have to press the neck and ensure that that neck is pressed to the end. Another wicket. Almost going to be dropped by Ramon Ali. The way he went for it. But finally, Bimeyimana Zapi loses his wickets.
One more wicket to go. Rwanda only managing 2 victories against this Nigeria so far in the last 8 meetings. Title up in the air. The inexperience of Zapi getting the best of him. 9th meeting between both sides today. Rwanda only managing 2, one coming last year in the African Intercontinental Cup, and another today. Today, my apologies, in this West African Trophy in the 2nd round of fixtures. Since then, Nigeria has been completely dominant of this Rwandan side. Says a lot about how one-sided this competition is. At some point, it looked like it was balanced. One win apiece. Both teams beat each other. Rwanda surprising loss against Zambia, which they bounced back from against Sierra Leone yesterday. We expected similar performance, if not up to that level, but similar performance of yesterday. But that early run out of Hamza Khan, I think, destabilized everything for Rwanda.
And of course, Inyash Intirenganya is sent in to come in and bat. And we use that opportunity to announce the arrival of the president of Nigerian Cricket Federation and the chairman of Edo State Cricket Association, Dr. Uyo Sanosawaru Akpata. Isaac Okpe has an opportunity to get a wicket and close up on Emile Rukiriza, who had a bad game today by all standard of his. Didn't get any wickets and didn't score any runs. I see it even from here. That's a wide ball. Not the way Isaac wanted to start, but that's the reality on ground. The first West Africa Trophy held in 2023 from the 4th to the 15th of October in Lagos, and eventually gets what he's looking for. And Nigeria wins by 82 runs. You want to say 81 runs.
Isaac Okwe is the one person you do not want to run against anytime that ball is within the reach and the inner ring. Just like Kenneth Boniface did, Isaac Okwe is the master of the art, picking up balls in the 30 yard and getting that direct hit like it's or that's being thrown onto the bullseye. Fantastic inning for Nigeria. First and second inning controlled by the Yellow Greens. Both sides in the finals, but Nigeria remain dominant. Top of the table clash, top of the table decider. It is another win for Nigeria. End of the first game of the day, as there's still one more match for two sides at the bottom end of the table. Nigeria posting 156 on the board, with Rwanda only able to respond with 75 all out. Game, and we will see you at the post-match presentation, where we'll speak two captains of the both sides and present the Man of the Match award. It is the post-match presentation of the top of the table clash between Rwanda and Nigeria. Nigeria winning that toss and deciding to bat first, and that has paid in their favor as they won this game comfortably by 81 runs. Right now, the post-match will speak to the captain of Rwanda first, Clinton Rubagumia. Clinton, tough game. A lot of records were set yesterday by your side, and today you guys lost 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. That's the quickest number of wickets being lost in the first 2 overs in this tournament, in this competition so far. Was there anything that happened during that course?
Yeah, I think the fielding and our running wasn't the best. So, yeah, they capitalized on our bad calling.
You've already been decided to be in the finals, playing Nigeria for the 4th time in this tournament. Are we expecting something different from what we've seen today?
Yeah, we came to be number 1.
Thank you very much, Clinton. That is it from Clinton Rubagumia. We will be speaking with Suleiman Rusenwe of Nigeria. Suleiman Rusenwe, congratulations on asserting dominance on top of that table. You guys played very hard, very compact with the bats, very beautiful partnership between Danladi Isaac and Salim Salah earlier on today. We saw Salim Salah back in the squad, as well as this guy, Joshua Isia, coming in to bowl in the second inning. Both of them performed excellently well. Was that a decision you guys took late, or it was already coming up to this game?
It was actually a late decision, but good to see the guys are up to the task always. Anytime we call on them to play, so good to see them up to the task again today.
Yes, you're playing this Rwanda side again tomorrow. A win of the first game, a loss in the second, a win today. Are we expecting a win tomorrow?
I definitely will follow our process, like I always say. We stick to the basics and pick one at a time.
Thank you. What do you have to say about this performance of Salim Salah today, as well as Joshua Isia?
Good to see Salim come into the attack. We spoke a lot in the backyard, and good to see him deliver for the team. And Joshua, I've been doing it. He was just out because of 1 or 2 injuries, and good to see them up to the task again today.
Thank you very much, Suleiman Rusewe. And that was it from Suleiman Rusewe. Very beautiful performance with the ball and the bat by the Nigerian side. Joshua Isia picking up 3 wickets from 4 overs, giving out 23 runs. But the man of the match for today is none other than Salim Salah. 76 of 49 balls in the batting inning. And the award will be presented by none other than the ambassador of Rwanda to Nigeria, Christopher Baziramo. Salim Salah, I had a conversation with you yesterday as to why you've not been in the squad for the last 2 matches. And you said that it's just like a vacation away from the office, meaning that you were going to come back and give your best. You came back in and gave your maximum best today, and you were rewarded with the Man of the Match award. How does that make you feel as an individual?
I feel good.
You're going into the tournament tomorrow. You're going into the tournament finals tomorrow. Obviously, we expect this best performance from you, and even better. You've not really had your rhythm with the bat. What changed today? What changed coming into today's match?
Basically, for today, I was just trying to face more balls and stay long in the crease. So basically, that worked for me.
Thank you very much, Salim. Thank you. And that is it from the post-match presentation. Salim Salah being man of the match. And that wraps it up for today. A big shout out to the sponsors for the competition: Dafabet, Dream Catches, Sportbox, and Fireflies. Thank you very much. It is a wrap for the first match of today. We'll see you for the post-match presentation of the second game. It is the final match of the day, with two teams already sealed their fate as they'll be fighting for the third place tomorrow. As the game between Sierra Leone and Zambia, due to some circumstances, Sierra Leone experienced a little bit of a delay that cost them the toss. As the chance for a toss was awarded, the decision of a toss was awarded to Zambia, who decided that they will be batting first in the absence of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone came a little bit behind schedule, but still on time for the second match to start. Sierra Leone are the beating side. Deciding to start up the game is Asim Patel on strike, and Chetty will be the non-striker. While we wait for play to quickly start, it is to confirm to you that Brima Sumana will be making his debut in this tournament, and he's starting off at the wicket-keeper's position. Chenoba, as usual, and as always, will be starting the bowling for Sierra Leone. It's almost time for the first ball. Soft touch by Asim Mohammed, a dot of the first. These two sides will be fighting for the third place tomorrow, regardless of the outcome of this game. Sierra Leone still seeking their first victory at this edition of the West African Tournament. Finished bottom last year round, winning the third place against Ghana. This year, they are finishing bottom again. Remains to see the result of the third place that will be up against the Zambian side tomorrow. Dot. Good start for Chenova. 4 balls, 4 dots. The decision to field first. And the decision by Zambia to send them into field first seems to be working in their favor. Sierra Leone coming into this match didn't have the chance to warm up as they were sent in straight away to field, given the fact that they were decided at the start of this game. It changed to the batting lineup, by the way, for Zambia. Usually we're used to seeing Asim Mohamed pair up with Azim Patel. This time they decided to send in Sam Cherry to come in and just hit. First over is completed. Surprisingly, it ends in a dot. Maiden over to start for Chenoba. Hasn't picked up too many wickets, but has been very fine and diligent in keeping the runs in par and intact for Sierra Leone. 1 over gone, 0-4-0. And also changing the bowling order, Baskla will be opening bowling from the House of the Rock end. No chance. Bowling started and it started off fine for Sierra Leone. No runs given. Decision to go all out in attacking looks to pay off. 7 balls, no runs. Maiden over to start by Chenoba. First ball dot for Basgula. The first run for Zambia will not be coming off the bat, as the wide by Abasbla is the first run climbing the board for today. Another run. The wheel race all the way to the boundary. Good start to the over. Good start to the innings by Chenoba with a maiden over to his name, Abasgla. Really been really good. Been their best bowler up until now. This very match is giving out 5 runs. 6 runs in total, 5 in this last ball. Shion Ajidagwa, welcome to the comms box for this second match.
Thank you very much. After witnessing the post-match presentation conducted by you, we're expecting to see the toss for day 9, match 18, take 3 between Zambia and Sierra Leone. That didn't happen. Sierra Leone lost the toss by virtue of coming late. At some point in time, we're scared that this game wasn't going to go ahead as planned. And after waiting till 1:45 p.m. and Sierra Leone were nowhere around this venue, they automatically lost the toss. But according to the rules, 1 hour 20 minutes is allotted to the first innings of every T20 game. But even if they had come around 2:30, they are still within range for the game to go ahead. And the first maximum, there's no time. He has started. Asim, he was threatened in the first over. Chenoba, brilliant bowling spell. But immediately, Abasba got the ball from the House on the Rock end the over has become very expensive.
With the fact that Danadi Isaac is the first batter in the tournament to get into the 300 runs mark, I think that was much of a challenge and what created the reason for Zambia to want to bat first so as to enable Asim Mohammed chase on that run very hard as possible. Currently on 2-1-14 until today, adding that 6, that is 220. Still far from the needed runs to close in on the gap with Isaac Danladi. Unless he can pull up a century today, and that starts with another maximum in this Ogba of Abbas Blah. This is unlike Abbas Blah that we've seen so far in the tournament. Abbas Blah is not easily played this, and is not knocked this often in an over. Do you think it's because of the fact that they didn't get to warm up before coming into the pitch to play?
You know, sometimes I have this English that you can look at the cup half full or half empty. The same warm-up that they didn't do saw Chenoba, although it's too early to start talking about what he will eventually do. He bowled the first over, and that was a maiden over to make it because we had a maiden wicket today, and that was from Sylvester Okpe in his first over, but the second over of that game, he had a maiden wicket. Prior to the start of today's games at all, we have had about 12 maidens, but now it's gone up to 14. And I also look at it, it's imperative to inform our viewers the reason the Sierra Leoneans came late. They had a scheduled meeting with the president of the country, not Trevor Francis Samura, who might likely join us here to tell us the development that is about to happen in Sierra Leone. But I'm talking about the country president, Dr. Julius Mada Bio. And when you see the president, you know things will not be the same. It was that momentum and that ginger Chenoba brought here and bowled that first over for that maiden. And I'm sure they would like to report to the president that after meeting with you, we won our first game.
Found that gap with ease, Asim Mohammed. Trying to get another maiden, and that plan has been quickly disrupted by Asim Mohammed, who found that gap between the deep fine leg and the gully fielder. And sorry, the backward point and the gully fielder. 4 more runs, Asim Mohammed on fire now, trying to close that gap between him and Isaac Daladi at the top of the batting chart.
I must say this looks more like a much better bowling performance than what I saw yesterday. You might say it's early days, and we have also seen Abbas Blah being sent all around in his first over, but there is intent and there is purpose in this performance today, unlike what we saw yesterday. And the current run rate says 10.29. The projected score will be 206. That will be astronomical. The team that has scored the most runs against Sierra Leone in this tournament has been Team Rwanda. Yesterday they scored 179. The first time they will be losing a wicket was even when they were on 154, 18.5 overs. And that was the wicket of Hamza Khan, who eventually finished on 75. while his other batting mate, Didier Ndikugimana, finished on 82 not out. He will try to avoid that. Salman Chetty opening the batting. Javi Patel made 3 changes, and he said he had to rest them for the 3rd place match tomorrow, while some was because of lack of performance. Great comeback from Chenoba. He will definitely not continue to have maiden, but at least slow things down a bit. After Abbas Blah was played for 20 runs into his first over, the logical thing any captain would do is to rest him for a while and allow him to recover. And they want to begin now with a spinner from the house on the rock end, Raymond Coker. The second time these two teams met was a close game, even if it ended 5-wicket victory for Zambia. But that victory was achieved in the last over, which made it close. Asim Mohammed looks more like trying to observe what he's doing before he goes explosive. But no run there after 3 balls. He's currently on 17 runs. Haven't faced 15 balls. But one thing you have to say, has included 2 sixes and 1 4. A swing and a miss.
Played under that swing, that ball spinning just outside of the reach of the bat. Anything that brought that ball to the stumps, I've seen that those bills dislodged. I see my played underneath the ball. This time with a full face, vertical presentation of the bat.
Another swing and a miss. And a brilliant over from Raymond Coker. Receives an handshake from his captain, Lansana Lamin. Second maiden. And we have to say, Peter, even if they have not won any game in 8 matches, there are lots of positives you can talk about this Sierra Leonean team. They are the first team in the history of this tournament to bowl 2 maidens in a single game. And that's quite impressive.
Yeah, and you also have to acknowledge that feat by the captain himself, Lansana Lamin, picking up 3 wickets, a hat-trick wickets to be more precise, against Rwanda. That is, personally, they've been they've got personal achievements, but in terms of when you look at as a team on that fielding, their major problem has been that field setup, dropping catches spontaneously. That has been majorly their problem, and as well as their batting, they do not have up to 3 reliable batters in a game. If Yegbe Jallo is in form, maybe probably he might be paired with Abbas Blah, and those two might be the only ones in form and putting something competitive on the board for the team. They have not consistently had about 3 batters who want to do much with the bats.
Abubakar Kamara into his first over, first ball, gets the wicket, and that was the man who was accountable for the 100 wickets at this tournament. And the second one, which is the 200 wickets, came from Nigeria's Isaac Okpe off Solomon Williams. That's not the wicket they want, but he has to take a walk. Salman Chetty is gone.
Clear any day, anytime. Even from here, you could tell that ball was an LBW. Good call made by the umpire again. Quick fall of wicket. And surprisingly, the captain himself is the man coming in. A change to the batting order for the 3rd time by Zambia. Remains to see if it is going to pay off. Javid Patel, the new man in, ahead of the usual number 3, Jackie Musa Patel.
Desperate time calls for desperate measures. Yesterday, the best batter for Team Sierra Leone, he had to come up big, and that's Lansana Lamine. He came 1 down, as against what we know of Lansana Lamine, where he comes in as a middle order batter. But this time around, he had to come and he scored some considerable runs, including 37 from yesterday. And you have to say it was brilliant to see Lansana Lamine, 37 runs on 29 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes. And I think that's what Javi also wants to do. Javi is a big hitter, just like the man bowling. Abubakar Kamara, he likes to go big. Another appeal that umpire Ramon Adilako is not interested.
Not too many singles so far, but the maximums have been coming. Asim Mohammed with 2 maximums and a boundary 4, as well as the gifts from Abbas Blah, that wide 4. No runs yet in this over, but a wicket has fallen. Good start by Sierra Leone. Yeah, I remember talking about Abbas Blah's performance in his first over, attributing that to the lack of warm-up preparation by the team, in which you said that that was barely the factor to the bowling form. It just didn't have his rhythm, did not attribute to the fact. So Chenoba combo, a maiden over. And now Abubakar Kamara even picked up a wicket, 5 dot balls so far. And that is another maiden too for Abubakar Kamara.
So what I like to say sometimes is, I might not be correct all the time, but when you look at it, they have bowled 5 overs. Out of 5 overs, there have been 3 maidens. The reason this runs is on 25 was because of the second over of Abbas Blah, where he considered 20, and the 5 runs that the other bowler who started Chenoba gave. This is impressive, and I must say, can we have Sierra Leone see Dr. Julius Madabio every time before they get on the field?
They will have to take that up first with the president himself. As they need every motivation they've got. Currently, there are no home fans. There's no crowd to cheer the going team, unlike the Nigerian side, who even passerbys recognizing that their country have a match, who want to be in the stands and cheer up. So that home advantage is already a boost to the Nigerian side. What that seeing the president alone has done for Sierra Leone is that has boosted their momentum. Losing 8 straight games is going to demoralize any individual, and then you look at it as a team, and that tells you how much pressure is on every single player that is here so far.
Look like a team that is up for the challenge. A bit of a surprise not to see our friend John Bangura keeping the wickets. Reason I said was a bit of a surprise. This is about the third wicket keeper Team Sierra Leone will be using. We've seen Yegbe Jalo keep, seen John Bangura. He goes down the leg side, and that will race for 4. All effort will be in futility.
Same ball, much effort this time around, as there was no chance for any fielder to chase. That ball was already going to the boundary. They could all just watch 2 boundaries of the last 2 balls. A replay on that ball again with it. Saw that bounce, picked it after the bounce. No one even bothered. It is 35 on the board for 1. End of the power play signal by the umpire.
A message to Javi. while waiting for those big shots. You can tap and make those singles. You face 6 balls and you are yet to score any run. Just when I said it, you had to listen to me. Those big shots will definitely come. All you need to do is to continue to tick those boxes. The man in form and the best batter in the Zambian side, Asim Mohammed, now on strike, 27 from 26, over 100% strike rate.
Good start by Sierra Leone. 1 wicket already so far. I expect them to do better with the catches this time around if the opportunity presents itself. And even better fielding. This I must commend the fielding today. It is way better than anything we've seen from Sierra Leone in previous matches. They're waiting for the ball. They are blocking. No balls are actually leaking out. Every ball that has made its way out of this inner ring has been balls played into space, but balls going within the reach of the fielders have not beaten the fielder on any of the occasions that Zambia have tried.
He has himself to blame. He needed to do the basics. And now he's asking himself questions. See that again on replay. Abubakar Kamara, the man on fire.
One ball in and Zoe Chand is the new batter. It's the last ball of the over. 2 runs already. The total runs given by Abubakar Kamara. Zambia want the stars wanting to close on the batting chart, closing on Tanadi Isaac, the leading run scorer. 2 wickets lost already, but none of those two were anywhere near that. Right now, it is Chant on strike for the last ball, already on 218 prior to this game. One more to that total, and one more to the team's total. After 7 overs, it is 37-4-2.
Good bowling spell 7 overs gone, 38 for 2. Take out the 20 runs that Abbas Black gave in the second over. But more importantly, his first over could have been a different kettle of fish entirely. You have to commend Abubakar Kamara with his bowling spell after 2 overs, 2 wickets to his credit, and I just considered only 3 runs.
And now the ball is in the hands of another spinner, Mohamed Ture. Was hit really hard yesterday, especially with the ball. Chasing alongside a big dive to try and stop that ball. Basim Mohamed overpowers it, sends that ball outside. 6 more runs for Zambia. Zwibchan off to a great start. Basim Mohamed already on 29, off 29. Today, after the power play, and now Sierra Leone have a lot more running to do. As Zambia will take advantage of those spaces and steal singles when the boundaries are not forthcoming.
Well, maybe I haven't studied them, playing them in 2 matches. And what we have seen of the Zambians, they like to go big. Not really a fan of running in between the wickets. The reason they expanded the field, and they hope that when you drop that ball in a place that is uncomfortable for them, when they sky it up, the fielders can do the other job. Chand, when you look at it, is on 36.805 for the MVP. Following him closely is Isaac Okwe, 34.893. Unfortunately for Isaac Okwe, in his final group round robin game, didn't get any wicket except for that run out and didn't get opportunity to bat.
A lot of work for Zambia, having picked up 2 wins already against Sierra Leone. Take that win 3, that's surprising offset to Rwanda. But this time around, they actually seem to be in the hot seat. 2 wickets, 2 quick wickets, and the runs aren't really coming that much off the bat. Sierra Leone have reduced all those expensive extras they give.
John Bangura from mid-wicket, converting himself now, square leg, and hoping for that catch to come. And they take a quick single. The appeal wasn't granted. Risk are part of life. And so Asim Mohammed and Zoeb Chan took that risk. And that risk resulted into 1 run.
And it is another wicket. On to the builds of Asim Mohammed. Partnership broken. Asim Mohammed will not close that gap anytime soon. Zoeb Chan remains the only one in as it stands. 36 off 36. A good end to the 9th over. There's that wicket again. That turn came late, but made contact with the stumps. 50 on the board, 3 wickets lost in the first 9 over of the first inning.
At this stage, the current run rate is 5.56. And the projected score will be 1-1-1. And that is if Team Sierra Leone don't do otherwise. Because it looks as if they are not bowling badly at all.
I'm even surprised to see Jackie Musa tell down the batting order. Usually he does come on down. Surprised to see him coming in 5th for Zambia today. Probably the plan to change the batting order and everything pans out. I was surprised when I saw Saman Chetty come in and open batting with Azim Mohammed. Lost that wicket, lost the next wicket after that. It's a good end to the overs for Sierra Leone so far. This is the least amount of runs Sierra Leone have given out after 10 overs against any team. Showing all those that speak of their performance as a team.
Nothing more than super encouraging. Being impressed. Super encouraging performance. Nothing more to add. There have been some boundaries, but you could see the agile nature that they have brought in, the passion, the zeal, the dedication, and the will to win. And if you don't look at the table, you will not believe this is a team that is yet to get 1 win from 8 matches. They are playing like a team that is even topping with their bowling and the way they have been fielding. No erratic fielding this time around. They are really encouraged to do what they love to do. Zaki Musa Patel finally put his name among those who have scored for the batting side. The effort, though appreciated, but unfortunately could not stop Zueb Chan from adding 1 run to the runs he already has, which is 7 now. Unfortunately, the other Toure is not available. George Ngbeba, Edward Ngbeba, George Cisse, Alison Toure, all not available. And just one still in search of that boundary. And ladies and gentlemen, after 10 overs, what a great bowling spell. They are down for 3 wickets. Salman Chetty, Javi Patel, Mohamed Asim is 55 for 3. Current run rate is 5.50. And the projected score is 110. It's time for the teams to have water and the batting side, including the umpire.
Umpire says game can replay, can restart. The water breaks are over. And it is time to continue the first inning. 55 still on the board for 3 wickets lost. Shown in the previous edition, Sierra Leone finished bottom of the table with 4 points and ended up going on to win the 3rd place against Ghana. Today they are playing the final group stage. Definitely they are finishing bottom and they'll be playing for the 3rd place against another side that is in Gambia today, Zambia. Do you think their performances today will speak well of how they will play tomorrow? Because it might be too early to continue to put the hammer on the head on today's performance and make it seem like we should expect more. We expect more from Rwanda earlier on today, but I think with great responsibility come great too much burden and load, as Rwanda couldn't keep up with that expectations that were expected off of Amza Khan and Didier. And I think that contributed to that loss to Nigeria. So I do not want to say that Sierra Leone will better today's performance, but they certainly have shown improvements compared to other days.
Every day has its own feeling. And one thing that I've always hammered on is battle and war. This is battle. Tomorrow is war. War in the sense that there's something to fight for. With this performance, if they continue to bowl like this, and they keep their wickets when they are batting, the likes of Yegbe Jallo coming to the party, the likes of John Bangura, Lansana Lamin, Abubakar Kamara, Abbas Blah, Raymond Koka, if they all come to the party, you can never say never. But what I'm saying in essence is, even if they eventually lose today's game, let's just put it under probability, and tomorrow they win the third place game, they have won the most important one. Nobody remembers what you have done in the round robin. It is that last part that people remember, and that's why I think that Nigeria, in spite of winning by 81 runs today, should not go over the moon about the performance. Tomorrow is the most important day, and anything can happen. That looks more like a catch in the making, but then Abbas Blah was looking at the sun, and that John Lasayo hope of getting his wicket didn't happen. And I'm saying this because even if you come into a university, for instance, on merit list, if you eventually finish from the university with maybe a pass, nobody remembers how you came in. And if someone comes in with the last list, which some persons call VC's list, and finishes with the first class, that's what people will remember. So there is battle and there is war. The battle is what we are witnessing. The war is tomorrow.
Well said, Tim. The battle is today, the war is tomorrow. Second chance for a catch, and it happens. The second catch of this tournament for Lasayo John. Hasn't picked up more than a wicket in the previous 4 bowling innings. Today he's added 1 to it, and he's added that of Zaki Musa Patel. Big shot, but only travels into the air and into the arms of the awaiting fielder. Big swing, but the ball was in contact with the face of the bat, or the direction was added to it. 4 wickets already for Sierra Leone. So much anger in the eyes of the Sierra Leone side. 8 losses in a row, making them look like they are not worth being here. They avoid it again. Another one to it. Zoib Chand still on strike, and you will not believe who is coming in to bat for the first time. Benson Chama. This is Benson Chama's first batting inning and third appearance for Zambia in this tournament. The first time he came in as a 12th man. Second time making his full competitive debut for them in this tournament. And today, he's coming to bat courtesy of the bowling of Sierra Leone. that was the end of the 11th over, 59-4-4. And Mohamed Ture will come in from the House of the Rock end. Of the expanded field and plays it towards long on, who is still on long on as there are two left-handers in the crease, so there's no need for that field rotation as we usually see whenever Zoif Chan is paired with any other teammate in the batting crease.
Mohamed Ture in search of his first wicket. And just when I asked, Mohamed answered. And see the celebration. Mohamed Ture gets his first wicket. And the hope given to Benson Chama has just been bungled. And Zoeb Chan will be saying, can I ask somebody to bat with me? I need a batting partnership. Just maybe a player who has won the player of the match before can bat alongside Zoeb Chan. Ayaz Dadabai. Ayaz can form a partnership with Zoeb Chan. Two batters who have won player of the match respectively. And they still a run. But you have to commend the bowling of Team Sierra Leone. I'm sure up until this moment, the most experienced player, Lansana Lamy, should be proud of his boys. But he knows he's not Uhuru yet. It's not time for celebration.
And let us also acknowledge the safe hands of Brima Sumana behind our sticks. Coming in behind the wicket this time, and he's doing perfectly well, allowing John Bangura to be an outfielder for the first time and take a breather from always having to be the one squatting for those 20 overs.
They are the only team to have used 3 wicket keepers in this tournament. Nigeria have always used the captain. He has never failed to wicket keep. And I'm talking about Sulaiman Rushewe. But every other team have had more than 1 wicket keeper. Team Rwanda is either you see Didier Indikigimana or Oscar Manishimwe. Sierra Leone, they've used the most. We've seen John Bangura, we've seen Yegbe Jalo, and now Brima Ansumana has been given that task. And when you look at Team Zambia, they've also used 2 wicket keepers. They've used at some point in time Mohamed Azrauddin Kasim Baidu, and they've also fielded Musonda Yamba Yamba. (62 for 5), 12 overs gone.
as the trouble was against a team like Sierra Leone that knows how to chase. If they keep Zambia under 120, it will be the lowest they will have to chase. And this will probably be easier for them. So if Chan goes out, better fielding from Sierra Leone this time around today. Raymond Coker was that fielder covers, and Zoe Chan just put that ball into his arms. Another wicket from another top order and informed batter, so Zoe Chan. Something is happening today. I cannot tell you what, but I can tell you for certain Sierra Leone are dominating for the first time in this tournament.
Let me say I'm slightly disappointed in you, Peter. I've told you that just imagine you are given the opportunity to see the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, just getting into that Aso Rock. When you come back and you are asked to run commentaries, you run commentary like you have never done it before. These players, these Trojans, after 8 matches, saw Dr. Julius Madabio, the president who was appointed on the 4th of April 2018, and then things are changing in terms of performance. When you see the president, and then you get reassuring words, there's nothing that would be more motivating than that performance. 62 for 6. I've never seen Zambia in this fashion before.
Except for Nigeria and Rwanda, no team has completed 3 wins from 3 against any team. Nigeria have done that 3 from 3 against Sierra Leone. Rwanda has done that 3 for 3 against Sierra Leone as well, and Zambia. Zambia want them to join, that elite list of completing 3 for 3 against Sierra Leone, who doesn't seem to be happening. As Sierra Leone have come back with a lot of motivation coming from, that delay to start this match came regardless of all that might transpire. And they seem to have this game already in their grasp. Anything below 120 is something I see very chaseable for Sierra Leone. They've been able to chase with more than 120, more than 130. A lot of work will be done by Zambia going into the second inning.
John Lasayo into his second over. Already has 2 wickets to his credit. 4 runs given. And in comes the new batter, Shanawas Madni, who wants to go for 2. But then no is the call. And Ayaz Danabai, who has not really scored runs. Just 1 from 2 balls faced.
Madney hasn't really had too many good performances in any of his previous 6 batting innings, with his best being 12 in 14 against Rwanda. Other than that, he's not been able to reach double figures, having just 1 run on 2 occasions, and then a 4, 7, and a 2. That is why we saw him get dropped from the batting order, and he's coming in at number 8 to bat.
Lovely chase there. And to think that cricket, very funny game from a team that was on the brink of losing the entire game. They lost the toss, no doubt, by virtue of coming late to this kind of performance. Not even having much time to warm up and putting up this performance. This is the best I have seen of these Sierra Leoneans. And to think that this is a team that did not have any warm-up. It's quite surprising. 13 overs gone. 66 for 6. That gives you 666. Projected score at this rate is 102. And the current run rate is 5.08. All channels where the boundaries can come from have been closed, and they've been reduced to taking singles, which is usually not what we know Team Zambia for. They like to blast. Big credit to the field setting of Team Sierra Leone, but more importantly, the way they are bowled. They bowled sensibly.
A run off every ball to end the 14th over. 72 on the board. 4-6.
At some point in time, we knew this was going to happen. But then, commendable bowling from Team Sierra Leone in ensuring that Zambia continue to search for those boundaries, and they are not coming, making them frustrated. And Madni and Ayaz Dadabai are the ones batting now, trying to see what kind of runs they can put on board that will be much easy for them to defend in the second innings. Poor piece of fielding to the dismay of Abubakar Kamara, feeling that should never be one run. Try to send the ball through the square court. But just one. These two are trying to score from every ball. They want to do 2. Can they? Oh, brilliant piece of fielding. No, is the call.
All top orders are out already into the tail end of the batting order for Zambia. And Madley hasn't really clicked all competition. Ayaz Dadabai is the only strong man remaining in that batting order that can try and, put something on the board for Zambia and try and extend the gap so as to have something worth fighting for and something that will help them drag the game all the way against this Sierra Leone side who are desperate for a win. A chance for a catch, but that ball lands in no man's land. Sloppy fielding from Raymond Coker sees Zambia 2 runs off that ball. And then to the 15th over it is. 78 on the ball, 6 wickets lost.
John Lasayo not happy that opportunity wasn't taken. And after bowling 3 overs, 14 runs and 2 wickets to his credit. 5 more overs to go. 78 for 6. Lansana Lamin yet to bowl. But you have to credit the likes of John Lasayo, Raymond Coker, Mohamed Toure, Abubakar Kamara. All these bowlers accounted for those wickets.
Tries to put a foot behind the ball, unsuccessful, and it's the first boundary in this partnership. The first boundary in this partnership. Asana giving a big chase, which was very unsuccessful. Very thankful, Ayaz Dadabai. A boundary that has been very long coming since he stepped foot in the popping craze. 4 more runs. 4 quick additions to the board for Zambia. 82 already. The first run, first boundary of this over.
A readjusted field after that 4 runs that left Captain Lansana Lamin very unhappy. Abubakar Kamara moved to backward of point. They brought in Lasayo to come stop things at mid-wicket while he runs the other channel. Himself and Abbas Blah, Lansana Lamin and Abbas Blah, long on, long off. And Raymond Coker, final over of his, just 1 wicket he has, including a maiden. Drops it in a region that has no protection. Gradually letting Zambia get out of the tight corner that they found themselves.
Yeah, Ayaz Madni putting himself in that position wanting that ball towards his leg side, successfully making contact. I repeat, the first time, is it a boundary this time? No, it is not. John Bangura, now an outfielder, has himself at the right place. Boundary stopped. 2 quick runs, and Madney stays on strike. Put it in his region, and this time he takes it out of play into the square and into the fine leg region. More runs climb the board for Zambia. Good 4 runs. Puts himself beside the ball and just heads in the direction. Big 4. Madney already off to a new tournament best. 20 is his highest so far, with his previous best being 12 against Rwanda.
The most expensive over up until the end of this 16th over was the second over, where Abbas Black gave away 20 runs. This was a bit of an expensive over, which included 3 fours and 15 in total. And I think it's now that the team, Sierra Leone, will appreciate those singles that they were making, because nowhere near 6 runs in an over can be compared to 15 in a single over, or 20 that was given. Abbas Blah has an opportunity to make amends for what he did in that second over. He's now coming from the City Gate end. Just maybe that house on the rock end did not favor him, and this might just be that moment he has been craving for. They want to run, and yes, they do. Madney, literally speaking, is getting mad at the ball. The reason he's scoring those runs so on 22 runs after facing 15 balls, doing even better than Ayaz Dadabai, who we had hopes on, but he's still batting. They want to do 2, and yes, they achieved it.
Yeah, Abbas Black giving 20 runs coming from the house of the rock end. I decided to try another end coming from City Gate. 3 runs so far, a slow start, but an improvement in his bowling. I think maybe because it is the fact that Asim Mohammed is no longer in the popping craze. Hit him very, very hard in the first over. Sure, Abbas Black hasn't forgotten that.
First dot ball today for Abbas Blah. And great piece of fielding there from Raymond Coker. They want to do 2, but just 1. And just 1 is the call. They are gradually inching closer to 100. And they will think they get maybe a 120, a 130, it might be defendable. And Sumana did not see that on that end, which was the bowler's end. And he would have been out, Madney, if he had seen that other end, because it was going to be difficult for him to get it. He was close to the ball quickly. The pickup let him down. And the reason that run-out chance could not happen. 17 overs gone. 6 wickets down. 100 on board. Ayaz Dadabai. A little over 100 strike rate. He has faced 15 balls and scored 16 runs. Shanawaz Madney, 22 runs off 16 balls. And current run rate is 5.88. And the projected score at this stage will be 118. Chenoba started out very beautifully with his bowling, which was a maiden. And now we are getting into the 18th over. Madney, Shanawaz, and Ayaz Dadabai both combining well to form a partnership that has taken these runs to where it is now.
And all hands on deck today for Sierra Leone. Everybody has been really on their toes, making sure that the extra runs, as we usually do see, are not coming forth. And that is what applauding for Sierra Leone. I said it with Ejoma the other day. I said there are no more excuses. Sierra Leone cannot keep making excuses of lack of competition or lack of matches being played at international level for the team. A lot of matches have been played a lot of time to find where the errors are coming from and fix up. Better late than never, they say. There's still one more match. They can still have a stand on the podium if they win tomorrow. A catch opportunity is gone. Lasana Lamim was running in from long off. Roman Koka running from covers. And the fear of colliding, the bull halted at the last minute. The catch opportunity was lost. Good gracious, Hayat Dadabai is safe and can bat even longer. Madney, by the way, is the new man on strike.
Miss chance there. Abbas Blah to Chenoba. Yes, that was the bowler's end. It wasn't the wicket keeper's end. And by virtue of him not having gloves, you want to pity him that that ball was very quick, except it was a direct hit at the stumps. And he felt it on his hands. And they took 2 runs off that ball. That looks
Straight
like
hit.
4 runs.
Everyone on set. Big 4. Big chase also. But it's the battle was the last laugh. A good end to the over for Zambia. 2 more overs to go. A lot of runs. Now at 109.46 in the last 2 overs of the game. It is usually at this point we see how explosive Zambia is, and also they tend to lose a lot more wickets. If there's any time for Lassana Lamy, the captain, to come in and bowl, it will be now. Might even get a chance for hat-trick cricket again like last time.
But he's not the one bowling. He has not bowled at all today. That responsibility has been given to Abubakar Kamara to break this partnership of Ayaz Dadabai and Shanawaz Madni. And he called the game against Rwanda. Despite Rwanda scoring 126, it was more like a mountain too high for Sierra Leone. And currently, Team Zambia on 109.46. We've not been able to get any more wickets since the last wicket. Ayaz Dadabai on 18. And Shanawaz Madni on 29.
Full length, and that ball only travels on the ground. Big applause from the team to Mohamed Ture. Running in from the long on to pick that ball, prevent any chance for 2 runs. And that run had seen Madni, the new man on strike. Abubakar Kamara to Madni. Two runs. Up until now, it was just 3 runs given. 3rd wicket for Abubakar Kamara, by the way. Madni tries to go big into the safe hands of Mohamed Ture, who had earlier on stopped 2 runs. The ball that kept Madni on strike, and he was the man that got Madni out, sending him into the stands. Sheung, we said it earlier. The thing about Zambia is towards the last 3 overs, they like to open up and play. And at that period, wickets tend to fall spontaneously. And by the time you know it, they are all out.
Yes, Madni had his own contribution. Scored 29 runs from 21 balls. But they still have Ayaz Dadabai that they can lean on to. And the team appreciated the little contribution of his. Because if you look at it, yes, it's a team game. But there are some batters that you would believe should score runs. Asim Mohammed, Javi Patel, Zueb Chand. But those batters didn't really do much. So Manchetti, and now it's Sonda Yamba Yamba.
Lovely front foot drive. Takes himself off strike for Ayaz Dadabai. Ayaz Dadabai might already start to open up. Hasn't really been in the rhythm. The all-rounder for Zambia. 19 of 18 balls. Last 3 balls of this over. Under the bat, Yaz was expecting a wild signal, but that ball was clear as a day. On the net the bat, a dot. Standing umpires for today again, Adela Ramon, and the square leg, Ashifa Mudukwe. Contact this time, but doesn't beat Abaka Kamara, who was already low, not to go lower to stop that ball. Good contact, good stop, 2 runs so far, last ball of the 19th over. This is the lowest Sierra Leone has successfully kept any team to in their bid for a big chase. They've always had to chase big runs. A fantastic end to the 19th over, I would say, for Abubakar Kamara. Picked up 3 wickets, giving only 6 runs in 3 overs. And that brings us to the end of the 19th over, 112 for 7.
Last over, from indication, their current run rate is 5.89, and the projected score has been placed at 108. 118, sorry, which meant that already they are projecting that they will score 6 runs in this over. But facing is Ayaz Dadabai, who has scored 20 of 21. And bowling is Abbas Gla. When he had his first over, it was that 20 that Ayaz is on that he gave. They hope a repeat of that does not happen. And that looks like a catch for Lamine. And Lamine gets it. Staggers. And get that catch. Lansana Lamine gets the wicket of Ayaz Dadabai.
That catch was a long time coming. Zambia, like I said, will open up in the dying stages of the game, and it's not really been successful. It's the tactics that they've employed quite often with very little results to show for it. And against the Sierra Leone side, who have been very inconsistent and below par in performance, this is a boost in confidence for the side. The lowest total they might have to chase, and they've been very good at chasing, just not getting a result out of it yet. Other than 12, it is still at. And the first wicket for Abbas Gla today. He will be thankful to Lassana and Lamine. Shown more tight infielding this time around from Sierra Leone. They've not dropped any of the catches. I think the only catch they've dropped was one by Abbas Gla, and he excused it by saying the sun was in his vision. Aside that, every other catching opportunity, even Mohamed Turi was taking a catch in the deep.
The president goes around with a tight security. And so when you see him, it's a rare privilege that you see the president. And you expect that when you get on the field, everything has to be tight. There are no too many misplaced fielding. Most of them have been very tight. And in comes Lawrence Mutali. Will he go out without scoring a run? But no, it's Just one. Two unfamiliar batters. Musonda Yamba Yamba and Lawrence Mutali are the ones in the batting crease now. 2 balls already bowled. 4 more good balls to be bowled. And let's see where Team Zambia will eventually finish on.
Back edge. Lucky is, as that was enough to take him off strike. Trying to go big, hasn't really made good contact. And that inexperience of batting is starting to show up. As batting is all about the skill and the technique, knowing the right place to meet the ball at. Balls meeting the bottom end of the bat, and as such, those balls cannot travel far. Already 3 balls in, 3 balls to go. Make that 2 balls to go. A dot ball, he will get Lawrence Mutali, the man on strike. 2 more balls for Abuja. Good bounce back from the first over, very expensive. He gave out 20 runs in that first over. In the following over, was only giving out 4 runs. So far in this over, a wicket and 2 runs. Late reaction from that low carry length by Lawrence Mutali. It is the last ball of this inning.
His talent never in doubt. Abbas Blah, bowl with the ball and the bat. 114. Move to 115 for loss of 8 wickets. And the last good ball of this over to be bowled. Let's see what happens. And just one taken. And so it's 116 for Team Sierra Leone to win. They need 117 runs, which I think is doable in 20 overs. But you have to give credit to the bowling of this team, Sierra Leone, especially from Abubakar Kamara, another experienced player who had 3 wickets to his credit in today's game. And the target is 117, you have to say. And this might just be the first win of Team Sierra Leone. They are having a conversation before going out. And they require 5.85 per over, which is doable. From us here, our job is done for the first innings. We'll be back for the entertaining second innings and the last match for the round robin before we get into medal matches tomorrow from 3rd place to the final.
Innings is about to start. Zambia only able to put 116 for the loss of 8 in the first inning against Sierra Leone. The side still looking for their first win. And now a change in the batting lineup. Surprisingly, Raymond Kuka, we opened for Sierra Leone, pairing with John Bangura. And the captain of Zambia himself, Javid Patel, I decided to take up the ball this time around. 2 open bowling for Zambia. Big changes to both sides. Remains to see who pays off the most for. Good start. A dot of the first. And the runs start to tick down. Sierra Leone complete. A run between the wickets. James Bangura now on strike. James Bangura, the hit man for Sierra Leone. Not too many batters have really been good with the bat for Sierra Leone. But John Bangura certainly is one of those that have been good with the bat. John Bangura alongside Yegbe Jallo and Abbas Blah, as well as Abubakar Kamara. Raymond Kuka been doing well lately, and that has seen him come up the batting order, even ahead of John Bangura. Five dot balls of 1 run. It is the end of the first over. A run for no wickets lost. Have your taste of your own medicine, Sierra Leone. Raymond Kuka goes out of the first ball of the second over. By the bowler and going for his off stump, swings out of range and now walks back immediately, having registered only 1 run for Sierra Leone. And now the new batter coming in will be the captain, Lassana Lamine. Lassana Lamine coming in 1 down yesterday, repeating the same today, wanting to keep their middle order for as long as they can, while the top orders try and post as many runs on the board. A wicket lost. 2 runs already. This is the lowest run Sierra Leone have had to chase for a win. And they've already lost the wicket quite early. Showing Nigeria this game was already looking to be Sierra Leone's day, giving how fantastic they were with the bowling. And so far, they've only been able to put up 2 runs. One was even an extra, and after 1.1 overs bowled.
The brief was very simple. 5.65 is what is required. And over. And one thing this does is that when you don't achieve it, the runs continue to increase. And by so doing, you keep yourself under pressure. It came in 1 down yesterday against Rwanda, scored 37. The captain is in now, Lansana Lamine. But finding it difficult to play Ayas Dadabai, who was also good with the bat. And it's 6.16 now, the required run rate. The current run rate is 2.00. Finding it difficult to play Ayas Dadabai, bowling excellently well. Already picked a wicket. 3 runs for loss of 1 wicket. It is still within the grasp of Team Sierra Leone to claim their first victory. And what an important victory it will be on the final round-robin game before we get into that moment of third place and final. These two teams, few hours from now, will be here again to play the third place match. And at exactly this time, it will be the final right in our face. So it now depends whether it's Nigeria that will be batting now or they will be bowling. I'm sure the 2 teams who are going to be playing the final tomorrow will be anticipating that toss. Knowing that for every time a team has won, they've won when they batted first. So I'm just looking at it. Rubagumia Clinton And Suleiman Rushewe will be very, very keen about tomorrow's toss. But back to today's game. Javi Patel is coming from the unusual end. The Citygate end. These two batters can bat on their day, and they need to bat and take their team home. John Bangura, former under-19 captain of Sierra Leone, and Lansana Lamine.
Javid Patel has been fantastic. I was surprised when I saw him being the first person to bowl, the opening bowler for Zambia. And somehow he has been consistent. Hasn't really been played too much in any of the innings he's bowled in, and certainly won't start now.
Lansana Lamine was sloppy, and he had to take a lot of shouting from John Bangura for Lamine to wake up that there was a run there.
Javid Bangura hasn't really clicked yet. The fact that the runs are lesser, I think that has given James Bangura enough chance to try and ease himself in, always having to come in and be explosive immediately, given how high the runs have always been to chase. And now 117 looks very realistic, regardless of how many balls they have. And still in the power play, enough chances and enough time to settle it in.
Gradually, they are ticking the boxes by scoring those runs. They need 112 runs in 103 balls. The current run rate is 2.00, and what is required is 6.53. But after 3 overs, there are 6 runs for loss of 1 wicket.
111 of the next 102 feel very much achievable. Usually, in the close case scenario, we're usually seeing 130, 140. And at this point of the game for Sierra Leone to try and chase, 111 is what is needed now. And just 1 or 2 more boundaries and they'll be level on balls and runs needed.
Ayaz Dadabai coming again from the house on the rock end. Was very good in his first over. Threatened the batters, got a wicket. But now John Bangura knows and understands the brief prior to him getting into the batting crease. It was 5.65 that was required. Less than 6 per over. Shuffles out to play Ayas. But that connection he required did not get. Just imagine what we call the meat of the bat. The ball meeting it. We could have been singing a different song.
Yeah, certainly wanted to go all out on that ball. That's why he came to close the gap between ball and bat. Didn't get the contact he wanted, but was lucky that ball did not beat the bat. No movement on the lower body of the captain, Lansana Lamine. That ball is a dot. Only swing the bat. The result was to the favor of Zambia.
Lamine has to be very careful.
Yes.
in watching the ball and applying the technique that is required, so he doesn't go out and start feeling regret that I could have stayed here to take my team home. He has to play a captain's innings. Sensible batting. And you can comfortably say that two captains are batting. John Bangura, former under-19 captain, who knows this ground very well and likes to play on this ground. And of course, Lassana Lamine, yesterday's batting was quite impressive. 37 off 29, 2 fours and 3 sixes. They need that Lamine of yesterday to be replicated today.
Yeah, as well as needing the Yegbe Jalo of the game against Zambia in the first round, and the John Bangura against Nigeria, who posted 51. They need all hands on deck in this mighty chase if they want to actually be able to win this game. The runs are not too many, although the balls are decreasing fast, but there's still that chance to try and win this game. Much in their win, Sierra Leone has been undermined the entirety of this competition. That win will actually give Zambia something to worry about going into tomorrow's game, because if you look at the Zambian side, before the start of the first inning, they were very, very confident in their abilities. Picking up 2 wins against Sierra Leone, they never thought that they would be kept under so much pressure. And now, Sierra Leone really needs to give them something to worry about. Needs to send Zambia back to the drawing board ahead of tomorrow's very important tie.
And like I told you, what we are seeing now in the round robin is what we call the battle. The most important part is the war, and that war is tomorrow. This is a winnable game for the Patriots if they apply themselves. But what will be more sweeter will be tomorrow if they can put up that performance of today in that first innings and then win the third place. Nobody would want to remember what happened in the round robin where they lost games. But even in losing of these games, there have been impressive records that the Sierra Leoneans have created. Just today, no team, even Nigeria, Rwanda, or Zambia, have had 3 bowlers, 3 maidens. Started from Chenoba, went to Abubakar Kamara, and of course, the other one, the bowler, Raymond Coker.
Zoib Chan has had to pick up the ball on now breaking that partnership, the opening bowling partnership of Javid Patel and Ayaz Dadabai. All hands on deck for Zambia, and both hands on deck for Lassana Lamine.
Oh, brilliant. And they will go for comfortable 2, or if you cannot take in the ball, will race for boundary. And the first boundary for today for Team Sierra Leone, a much needed boundary. And you talk about Zoeb Chand. Zoeb Chand is in the running as we speak for the MVP ahead of Isaac Okpe of Nigeria, who unfortunately did not bat today. And when he bowled, didn't get a wicket except a run out.
Zoeb Chad has been one of their standout players with the ball and the bat. Didn't find a rhythm today. Unlucky with the bat. And we'll look to make corrections with that. Consolidate with 2 balls to the leg side. First one straight to boundary. Second one almost in the same region. But that second ball sends John Bangura on strike. The third one takes him off strike. I mean, we'll return on strike. 101 is the total runs needed. We're almost down to counting down from 100.
And you see, we are still within the power play. Appeal, Ramon Adelakun, that finger you don't want to see is out. And Lassana Lamine loses his wicket. And that is the second wicket. But there is still a lot to play for. And we need the other batters to come in and do their job. I've seen performances from Abubakar Kamara, and of course Raymond Koka, where they scored 53 and 30 respectively. In comes the man who was very good with the ball in the first innings and one of the best player in this tournament. I say it by virtue of what he does, his contributions. They need Abubakar Kamara to last year and see that again. There's no way Ramon Adelakun will not raise that index finger. That area view of the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, the package B, they still have quality batters who should be able to take this game home. John Bangura is still batting. Abubakar Kamara just came in. There's still Raymond Koka. There's still Abbas Blah, Mohamed Toure, and the others. They have to come to the party. This is their opportunity.
Yeah, if Zambia do win this game, this will be the lowest total defended so far. The previous has been held by Nigeria, defending 119 against Rwanda. Somehow, Zambia will look to pull an upset because so much confidence by the Sierra Leone, and after seeing that they were able to keep a team below 120 coming into bat, I'm sure that they felt relieved. And so far, 2 wickets have been dropped, and that little bit of unease has been returned to the Sierra Leonean tent.
That's a wide ball. What Sierra Leone needs now, both legal and illegal runs, they'll take everything. But after the power play, something huge is definitely going to happen from the commentary position. You get to hear something. Oh, brilliant. Great start from Abubakar Kamara. Abubakar Kamara, the man who got the 100th wicket of the second West Africa Trophy. And that was against Rwanda, Hamza Khan.
Good call by John Bangura. Saw that space, calculated it, and felt that it was necessary to take that run, and that ball will keep him on strike. And then to the 5th over, it's 19 for 2.
And then they have to be very careful because for John Bangura, he needs to understand Abubakar Kamara before calling him to run, so that there is no break in communication or a run out. After the power play, we have a big guest, big in all sense, that will be joining us. And once you see jersey number 5, it means it's time for Suependi to come in to come and bowl. Suependi, another reliable bowler of Team Zambia. Oh, brilliant start. And what a misfielding there to make it 2 runs. Suependi yesterday against Nigeria had 2 wickets for 26 runs in 4 overs. Putting the fielders under pressure is what they are doing now. And you look at it, it's 2-2-2 after 5.2 overs. That's 22 for loss of 2 wickets. Much better bowling and great batting from Abubakar Kamara. And we have 3 more balls, good balls to be precise, for us to come to the end of the power play. And then I've been keeping you guessing. I would unveil the big masquerade. It's going down the leg. And 1 extra run. Abubakar Kamara and John Bangura hope to continue to bat. And that's what I'm sure Lansana Lamin and the entire teammates will be hoping to see. Much better bowling from Sir Pendy. And just 1 more good ball to be bowled. And then power play ended, big masquerade unveiled. Oh, great batting and lovely stop there from Lawrence. And after the end of the 6th over, which is the power play, 24 for loss of 2 wickets. They need 93 runs. And the current run rate is 4.00. What is required is 6.64. 93 runs in 84 balls. At this juncture, I'd like to introduce the man who is doing everything humanly possible to take the Sierra Leonean cricket to an enviable height. My pleasure to welcome Mr. President, Mr. Trevor Francis Samura, to commentary position.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's always a pleasure to have you in Nigeria. Let me first ask you how easy it is running that office as the president.
It's a huge task. It's a hot seat, but actually I've been enjoying my presidency and as chairman, board of directors, Sierra Leone Cricket Association. I've been going through the ranks. I came from assistant secretary and through being the chief executive officer for 9 years of this association, and now being the chairman. So I've been familiar with the challenges being a chairman and also running cricket, a non-profit organization in West Africa. So I've been through so many challenges, and I'm pleased that I've been receiving the support from the players, the membership, the media, the people, and of course the government of Sierra Leone. So it has been a mixture of challenges and successes.
Great bowling there from Zoeb Chand. Mr. President, people would like to know, were you involved at all in playing the game of cricket?
Of course, yes. I was an opening batsman for the Police Cricket Club, one of the most, if not the most successful cricket club in Sierra Leone. I've also been an umpire, a coach. So I've been versatile in the administration of cricket. I've been a player, I've been an umpire, I've been a coach, and one of the most qualified cricket coaches and umpires, not only in Sierra Leone, but in West Africa.
If I may ask, people always say it's very difficult to be an opening batter because you are facing the best of the best. If you look back, can you please tell us what was your best game as an opening batter?
As an opening batter, my best game was against the Oledo Dance Cricket Club. Of course, I was facing this Lansana Lamin that is bowling now. When he was in his youthful age, I faced him. I enjoyed batting him actually, and by then the balls we are using to play is a kookaburra, and also there was no helmet, no protective helmet. We were playing just with batting gloves, thigh pad and batting pad, and box pad, that is all. No protective helmet. So, but I enjoyed playing, against Lansana Lamine. Even Abubakar Kamara, I played against him. So I actually enjoyed my youthful playing, though most of my youthful age I spent in the Sierra Leone Police, being part of the Special Security Division, the armed wing of the police, now Operational Support Division. So I was in the war front prosecuting the war, joining the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, prosecuting the war. So most part of my youthful age, I spent it fighting to defend my country. But I actually enjoy, because I've been playing cricket since I was a kid. Kintom, where I have lived for over 40 years, is like the home of Sierra Leone cricket. So anything about Kintom is about sport. Cricket, football, volleyball, basketball, so lots of sporting activities taking place in that community. So I've always been enjoying playing cricket and also administering cricket.
And also, when you said defending your country, you also defended your wicket, because you have to protect your wicket as a batter. Now, let's come back to this Sierra Leonean cricket team. How do you rate their performance so far at the second West Africa Trophy?
Now, the performance has been poor. Based on what I've assessed and observed, it has been poor, largely due to so many catches being dropped by our fielders. And we have 5 first 11 players who are missing in this squad. As a result of injury, Samuel is in Dubai playing with Saja Warriors. Samuel Conte. And of course, George and Samuel are the opening bowlers of this for this team. George, of course, is out injured. Alusain Toure is not available for selection. Aguna Kainesi, the number 2 batsman, is writing an exam, his final exam. So that gave cause for this team to be selected.
And you have not mentioned Mbeba.
George Edward Gegba is unavailable for selection. Of course, he's under suspension. I believe he will make it next time, because George Edward Gegba has been one of the best cricketers produced in the last 10 years. So George Gegba, of course, you all know him, he's a good player, but he's suspended as a result of ethical behavior. But I believe that will be sorted out, and he has learned his lesson. He will make a return to the squad in a not too distant future, so that Sierra Leone will get the youthful team. Of course, as you can see, Lansana Lamine, Abubakar. Lansana Lamine started playing for Sierra Leone in 2002, Abubakar in 2004. So they've contributed immensely towards the success of cricket. This is the time they should be looking forward to give way now to the youngsters. And then they have already trained and certified as cricket coaches. Both of them are level 2 cricket coaches. So we are looking forward to giving them further training, so that they don't leave cricket. They will be around the boys, sharing what they've learned, what the experiences they've gained over the past decades, so that the young will grow.
Great batting there from John Bangura to take it to 32 runs for loss of just 2 wickets. The current run rate is on 4.23. What is required is 6.79. But the fact that John Bangura and Abubakar Kamara, who joined this team in 2004, are still batting 21 years he has given to this team, is very pleasing to the bench. You just employed a new coach. Tell us about that.
The policy of this current cricket establishment, headed by my very self as chairman, board of directors, is to ensure that we install high performance structure. And high performance structure, you need the grounds that will be fit for purpose. You need to improve the human resource capacity. You need expatriates to come and work with our local coaches and develop the teams. Because you see, these guys now have already been trained. They have their own skills gained through our local coaches. So the priority of this cricket administration is to ensure that we bring those who know the issues. high-tech coaches. Look at Nigeria. You had Sean Phillips. After Sean Phillips, you have the guy from Sri Lanka. And now you have Steve Tikolo from Kenya. These are all high-profile coaches. Not that you do not have coaches, qualified coaches. You do have qualified coaches, but you need to bring the firebrand, the high-profile coaches to train our players, to know exactly how to win matches and win competitions. So this is what we've been doing as a board. So this new coach, of course, is a master educator. He's not only in Sierra Leone to train the national teams. He's also there to train the coaches, train the teachers in the schools, to deliver cricket in the schools, train the kids, develop a player pathway that will yield a dividend in the next 36 months. So that is why we hired his services. Of course, he has been in Sierra Leone for a little over 60 days, 2 months ago. So he's enjoying his job. He has been assessing these players, both male and female, junior and senior. And I believe after his holiday, he will come and start introducing so many things that will change the standard of cricket in Sierra Leone.
All right, we still get to hear more from President Trevor Francis Samura. You don't get to see him all the time. He's really an interviewer's delight. He has a lot of things to share with us that people back home watching would want to learn. There are inroad progresses that are happening in Sierra Leone, and part of the things that are going to be happening in the coming months, the president will be telling us. But as we speak, Sierra Leone are 34 for 2 after 8.1 overs, and coming from that end, once again, is Zoeb Chand. He plays that ball, John Bangura, and they want to do 2, but no is the call. They need that communication to be very much intact. We are just some balls to getting into the drinks break, and they hope that these 2 will be there till the drinks break, just like I still have President here with us. Mr. President, it is not easy bringing this team down to Nigeria to play competition. And looking at the ground that you are playing on, it's a sharp contrast to what these players get to face when they come to this place, right?
Yes, of course. Aviation in West Africa is very, very expensive. I'm happy that the authorities or the government of ECOWAS have taken a decision to remove taxes on aviation within West Africa. This will lower the cost of ticket. Just imagine, because of the peak time, the Christmas period, we bought one return ticket, Freetown Abuja return, at $1,850. So taking 17 delegates to Abuja cost us $31,450. That is a lot of money for an association like Sierra Leone. And I believe starting from January 2026, the cost of tickets will be lowered, and that will encourage more participation within West Africa. We have also been working very hard to ensure that we develop a hub in West Africa. When I mean hub, I'm talking about the playing and training facilities. Of course, Nigeria have got so many pitches of world standard. Of course, Ghana have just got their own. Sierra Leone, we are working very hard to ensure that we develop 2 state-of-the-art cricket playing facilities at the Frabe College and also at the Sussex in the Freetown Peninsula. So it is much, our topmost priority now is to ensure that those facilities are delivered in the 4th quarter of 2027, so that we start hosting international tournaments. We've not hosted international tournaments from 2005. That is a long period. So this current board is working very hard to change that perception or narrative. We need to start hosting international tournaments. We need to start giving our players the opportunity to play on tough pitches, grass outfield, so that when they play domestically on tough pitches and grass outfield, when they get out, they play on the same pitches. There will not be much of a difference like what they are going through now. You can see our bowlers are struggling with the pitch because back home the pitch is very, very poor. And here you have a good pitch, so they are struggling to cope with the pitch. So developing cricket training facilities and playing also will improve Sierra Leone cricket.
I'll come back to more of that, where the ground is and what plans you are having. Sweb, oh, lovely piece of bowling there. 37 runs for loss of 2 wickets after 9 overs. 4.11 is the current run rate. But what is required is 80 runs in 66 balls. The boundaries are not coming as expected. No thanks to the excellent fielding of Team Zambia. And just when I asked for it, it came and came very well. And that's Asim Mohammed giving that away. Mr. President, do you already have that ground that you want to build a tough wicket, and who is likely to help you handle that?
Of course, the Nigerian Cricket Federation, through the support of the president of the NCF, Mr. Uyi Opata, will be helping Sierra Leone with Francis,
Ategeka?
Francis, yes, the curator, consultant. Francis will be, I've just spoken with President Apata. Francis will be going to Freetown in March to ensure that a lot of work be done on the ongoing construction of the grounds. So we are also looking forward to Dubai. The Emirates Cricket Board is also looking forward to assist us develop the grounds. And that grounds, of course, we are looking forward to. Nigeria has been doing so well for West Africa, make no mistake. Over the past 5 to 6 years, Nigeria, under the leadership of Uyi Apata, has been doing a lot of work for West Africa, not only providing playing opportunities for our players by hosting T20 women and men's invitationals. He has also been helping like Ghana to develop their own grounds, and of course they have also offered to help Sierra Leone develop our ground. So we appreciate Nigeria so much. We are looking forward to continued support from Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria is a big brother, is the most developed cricketing nation in West Africa, and we are looking forward to working in close coordination and cooperation with the Nigerian Cricket Federation.
All right, and of course, immediately we are done with the drinks break, my colleague Peter will come and take over, but then we'll have been done with Mr. President, Mr. Trevor Francis Samura, who has shared a lot with us, some of the challenges, the inroad progresses that they are making in making sure that things get better. Lovely stop there from Sue Pendi in that region. And of course, let's just sneak this one in. When you see Dr. Julius Madabayo, things will change.
Oh, of course, yes, the president is here on a 3-day visit as chairman of ECOWAS. Is here to attend an ECOWAS summit. Of course, Abuja being the headquarters of the Economic Community of West African States, we were invited by the Sierra Leone High Commission here in Abuja to welcome the president. So we got to the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport to welcome our president, and he spoke with us. He said he's here to support cricket. Of course, the president loves cricket. His brother, late brother Stephen Bio, was not only a national cricketer, he was also a national cricket coach, a national football coach. So that is what gave cause for our president, current president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to love cricket. So we'll use this opportunity, because of course he gave us 29.2 hectares of land at Sussex in the Freetown Peninsula, approximately 15 miles from the center of Freetown. And so this is the opportunity for cricket to grow through the leadership of President Bio and also the current leadership of the board, because you have to have the political will to develop the game. We are working with so many schools as I speak, close to 300 schools now. We are working with them. We've trained over 400 teachers on entry-level programs, Creole cricket program, and facilitator training. We've also trained other coaches So we are looking forward to develop a nationwide grassroots cricket development program. We are in schools cricket will be at the center of our development or topmost strategic cricket development plan.
44 for 2 wickets after 10 overs. 73 runs required in 60 balls is doable. Mr. President, as you give us your final word before we resume from the drinks break, what is your parting shot?
Well, I hope the Patriots of Sierra Leone will make it, win this match, ensure that the target is achieved and the match is won ahead of tomorrow's playoff for the 3rd place. And I'm also giving my assurance to cricket fans, the media, the government and people of Sierra Leone, and of course, when I'm talking about fans, I'm talking about cricket fans globally, that Sierra Leone is gradually moving from the state of where we have virtually a poor state of training and playing facilities to one of the best facilities in the world. We are working very hard to ensure that by 2027 we deliver our grounds and also ensure that we have a sustainable nationwide grassroots cricket development program where schools cricket will be at the center, and also develop the capacity of our umpires, the coaches, train more coaches, train and certify more coaches and umpires to meet the participation requirements or the growing participation in Sierra Leone.
Once again, I can't thank you enough, President of the Sierra Leone Cricket Association, Trevor Francis Samura, a big friend of the house. How do you say thank you in Sierra Leone?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And of course, we love to have you, and we wish you all the best in your quest to take Sierra Leone to the next level. And when you see Dr. Julius Madabao, our amiable president, tell him that we are rooting for him as he hopes to use his good office to take Sierra Leone to that enviable height.
Thank you very much.
Appropriate time to welcome my colleague Peter Isewi back to what he loves to do. Was there listening to the challenges and some of the things the Sierra Leonean Cricket Association president is trying to do in taking cricket to the next level. What are some of the things you heard that shocked you?
Thank you for having me back, Seun Ajidagba. Personally, I actually did not want to stop listening to the president of Sierra Leone Cricket Board, as the manifesto he had laid out was very, very interesting. I was even more impressed with the fact that they are not just more interested in developing cricket. The layout plan was a very beautiful one, having more experts, people that have accomplished more. But look at the new coach, for example, 60 days already in Sierra Leone. Like he said, they are already qualified coaches, but get somebody that has that in-depth knowledge of it. And now they're looking to develop their own cricket pitch. And they're not just going after, okay, we have a little bit of understanding about it, let us do it like this. They're still coming into a nation that has done it from scratch, like the Nigerian Cricket Federation. How can you be of assistance to us in a situation like this? And Nigeria has been ready to render assistance, which, as an associate nation, you should be there for one another. West African nations as well, you should be there for one another. I'm more impressed with the fact that the president of the Sierra Leone Cricket Board understands not just how life works, but how the game as well works. You need to mix in that understanding along with experience, and he's doing just that. And I wish the Sierra Leone Cricket Board a huge success.
Thank you very much, Peter. Excellent summation of what Trevor Francis Samura, while they were appealing for a wicket, Musonda Yamba Yamba, the standing umpire was given another thing, which was an extra, and they need to start scoring those runs so that the board can start ticking. 69 runs required in 57 balls. A late cut. But you have to also commend Team Zambia. Despite putting up a low score, they are defending very well for a team that has the lowest number of participants. And that's what they are looking for. But just one bounce and a save. Asim Mohammed into his first over. Alison Toure, can they do two is a call, and a misfield, and they get 2 runs. You want to start putting the fielders on their toes, and for now the substitution cannot happen. He can come in for now. Mohamed Azim Abashai Patel was trying to replace Lawrence Mutale, but the umpire said no, and legitimately so. Salman Patel will now be coming from the house on the rock end. Match 18, day 9, last round robin match before tomorrow's final and third place. John Bangura wants to have a conversation with the square leg umpire. I'm sure it's about his bat. The square leg umpire Ramon Adiraku graciously helps out. These 2 umpires made their T20 debut international at this tournament. Eleven overs gone. Late cut from John Bangura. Bring his total to 24 from 33 balls faced. They need John Bangura to keep batting alongside Abubakar Kamara. And that looks like 4. It's almost, except he does something. Oh, all he did, Asim, was try to stop it, but the ball still went out. Great effort from Asim, but effort still led to that ball going to the boundary. See that again on replay.
put that ball in Abaka Kamara's spot, and he channeled that energy, sending it to the boundary. A big stop. Very lucky by Asim Ahmed. Could have twisted his ankle in the process. Regardless, that wonderful risk, that big risk, still couldn't keep the ball in the 30 yard. And now play towards the onside. Does he race for 4? No, another foot stop by Benson Chama. 2 more runs completed for Sierra Leone. Picking up the pace they are.
I worry sometimes when fielders try to do that thing that Asim and Benson did. It's quite risky. You could twist your ankle. And this looks like a very good over for them. They want to go for 2. And yes, they make it. You will recall what happened to a player who made his debut, but it was an unforgettable debut. Shoulder and ankle twisting, James Bangura.
Yeah, after almost twisting his shoulder and a previous stop by the boundary, that ankle, the one that happened to his ankle by putting his leg in place of that ball, was responsible for that. Madney with a very big attempt catch all the way in the deep, went low, went down. Couldn't commemorate that big dive with a catch. Big escape for Abubakar Kamara. Was a very scary chance. For the first time we've seen the batting of Sierra Leone this calm in an inning.
The over of Salman Chetty, very expensive over. 14, almost reminiscent of what we saw of Raymond Coker, who is here to bat, and Abbas Gla, who are 20. And now 51 runs needed in 48 balls. See that again on replay. And that was the attempt by Shanawaz Madni, who was very good with the bat. And see Musonda Yamba feeling, was there a way I could have done better? And this calls for a bit of conversation among the team Zambia. Now they are in a very safe place, Sierra Leone. Initially, the number of balls to be faced was a bit far away from the number of runs, but now 51 runs in 48 balls, and this is another opportunity for them to make it count in this over. And just imagine they have a good over and the number of runs now equates with the number of balls. It puts pressure on the fielding side.
Sierra Leone have been doing very well running between the wickets. The highest partnership that they've been able to pull off by any batting pair. And that is currently the longest, I'll correct myself, by any batting pair that is between John Bangura and Abubakar Kamara as it stands. They are helping this team, guiding this team all the way in that run chase. 51 run partnership already for these duo. Still a huge task ahead. They can't be so complacent yet. They cannot drop their guards down. Still many more balls. And just one wicket could shift the whole tempo of this game.
Question is, there's nothing wrong with being inventive or trying to be creative, but you have to be very careful. John Bangura almost gonna give away his own wicket by himself. That was kept low. He crept and he was gonna get his wicket, but much better from Zoeb into his final over for today. 1 wicket he has to his credit,
Yeah, Zoe Chan has been very impressive. Giving out only 18 runs and taking out the wicket of Lassana Lame with that LBW appeal that was granted by the umpire. Now, I think what Sierra Leone is trying to do is play out Zoe Chan's over, and once he's done, someone else will have to take that ball. And I doubt that other person will be so lucky. The 13 over, and John Bangura will come on strike for the next over. 13 overs completed. It is 67, 68, 4-2.
And the current run rate is 5.23. But what is required is 7.00. And they need from 42 balls, 49 runs. John Bangura has faced lots of balls and has scored 26. Now is the time for him to stop dotting those balls, but rather scoring those runs. Maximum. Just when I spoke, Bangura answered, and now they are just one run short of that leveling of the total number of balls. There's nothing the man could do. Dadabai, much better comeback from Javi Patel, and square leg umpire Ramana Delakun will go and do some inspection to what Yamba did, and is certified to be okay. Reason is going back to his position. They want to go for one, but that was a poor fielding. And yes, one became two. How did that happen? Javi Patel would definitely be angry. Legitimately so. And he's telling Lawrence an opportunity taken there. Ayas Dadabai gets the wicket of John Bangura, who departs at 33 after facing for 3 balls.
Dadabai has John Bangura has done his own beat for Sierra Leone. Now another person has to come in and take over. Whoever is coming in has a lot of work to do. Abagla hasn't really been informed lately. If there's any match that needs is 110%, it is this match. Big tax tomorrow, but form will be made better. A bad form will be made good. They need to do better than they were the day before and the day prior. Huge task in hand for both sides. Zambia looking to keep that close as possible. Sierra Leone looking for that first win. The team feeling the most pressure now is Sierra Leone, given that much. New batter in Abbas Blah. He's coming in for the call out. The one it is, and it was very low catch in the deep wicket of John Bangura, and now he bowls to Abbas Blah. Abbas Blah hasn't really found his rhythm since picking up entering double figures in 2 games of the round 1 fixture. Hasn't really consolidated with that, as in the entirety of round 2 was barely able to register anything on the board. Yesterday against Rwanda was able to post up 17 runs, and today huge walk for Abbas Blah. He's on strike for now. He's still on strike, my correction. 2 runs off that ball.
He looks safe. He will definitely be safe. And they want to do one more, but no. And can they eventually get it? Yes. They achieve it. Misfielding from Team Zambia. Those things that we don't see from them, we are seeing it today.
I'm even more surprised that Abubakar Kamara is the one who instigated that 3rd run, and that we'll be thankful. 4 runs off that ball. A good start for the team. Good continuation. 35 will be needed now of the next 34 balls. Run for Leone. 34, the next 33, almost at the leveling point. Well, we'll take this game away from Zambia is if there are any boundaries already in the dying stages. This is trailing game. Zambia looking for 3-3 against Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone looking for the first win. In the air, does he make it all the way across? Yes, it does. And 6 is the signal by the umpire, Adilakun Ramon. And now we have less runs needed than balls remaining. That maximum brings them to 28 of the next 32 balls. The first maximum to the second maximum today for Sierra Leone. Zoib Chand trying to be mindful of the ropes. Was too mindful and couldn't keep that ball inside of the ropes. 2 maximum so far, 1 from John Bangura, another from Abubakar Kamara. 2 boundaries for Abubakar Kamara, a 4 and a maximum being running between 2 sticks. It didn't run so far between the sticks for Abubakar Kamara.
And we got an expo from Trevor Francis Samura. Abubakar Kamara is not a young person, but Abbas Blah, who is younger, loses his wickets. And then you think that for a player who joined the team in 2004, 21 years and counting, must be commended, Abubakar Kamara. And then you look at Lansana Lamin, has been with the team since 2002. That's 23 years. See that again on replay. He completely lost his head. Abbas Blah out for only 8 runs. We are not seeing the Abbas Blah that we used to know. And it's quite surprising that the batter who is brought on is definitely not Raymond Coker, who could have come in to come and cause a bit of disruption in the field setting. But like we always say, the coaches know better with some of their decisions. And if they are to win this game, they will need Abubakar Kamara to keep batting. An opportunity, but it's just a 1 bounce, hands on the head. Felt he could have moved closer to that ball.
Day and they've set in 4. Ibrahim Kaka finally back on strike for Sierra Leone. Ibrahim Kaka 6 innings batted so far, only 28 on the board. His best coming against Rwanda, 18. Hasn't reached double figures except in 1 of his previous 6 innings. We'll look to add to that.
They want to do 2 discrete. Let's see what the decision will be. And the decision of the square leg umpire, who sees better in this situation, is continue to bat Ibrahim Kaka. 2 runs made there. But Ayaz Dalabai will say that ball was a bit far away from him, but they expected. That was Asim Mohammed, and he's in. Brilliant from Ramona Delakun. Sees it well. Kept it low. And the number of runs is more than the number of balls. They're currently on 6.00, and what is required is 5.33. They need 24 in 27. Ibrahim Kaka, the new batter, to come complement the effort of Abubakar Kamara, who is expected to take the team home. Squares it outside there, and they stop, but they will make 2, and that was good running
in between the wickets.
Yeah, Abaka Kamara seems to be the one calling the shots. He scored for so many runs, scored for that 3 with Abbas Glad that ended up becoming a 4. I've scored twice now for those balls that have ended up in doubles. Good start already for Ibrahim Kwaka.
Peter, it looks as if we are in for a frenetic finish. 16 overs gone, 4 wickets down, 96 runs on board, 21 runs needed in 24 balls. All they need to do is to continue to score off every ball, and probably if a boundary comes, then it will be safe for Team Sierra Leone.
I agree with you, Sean. That boundary, that maximum from Abubakar Kamara was desperately needed for the team. And when it came, it eased up on the tension and allowed the parties to play freely. Now, hopefully, Ibrahim Kwaka and Abubakar Kamara can play out this game until the very last ball.
Overs gone into the 17th over. Ayas Dadabai coming from the City Gate end. 21 runs needed off 24 balls for Sierra Leone to claim their first victory in this tournament after 8 losses. Just have to feel sorry for them. They will go for 2. And comfortable 2 they make. Great start from Ibrahim Kwaka. The intent is clear. He was sent in to come do a lot of damage.
Yeah, courtesy of Mutale Lawrence. That ball will have raced all the way to the boundary. That little contact he put behind the ball was the reason that ball didn't travel all the way to the boundary and give the fielder long off Zoib Chand the chance to run in and stop that ball at the ropes. 3 runs already, and the runs are going lower and lower for Sierra Leone. Right now, all they need is 18 of the next 22 balls.
Abubakar Kamara, his weak end is chased, but Modupe Ashafad nods the head, and you have to say that Abubakar Kamara, as we speak, is in the running for player of the match by virtue of what he did with the ball in the first innings and what he's currently doing with the bat, except something changes that swings the match in favor of Team Zambia. He looks more like Abubakar Kamara, and you will pity him. He's very, very exhausted, and he needs to recuperate. He needs to refresh. He needs water. And see him, you have to feel for him. And that's Yegbe Jallo pouring water on his head.
Abubakar has been really fast. Usually you get to see him play those big shots, but he knows how much the team needs and he's willing to sacrifice his entire self for the team scores and try and get them to that finish line and pick up the very first win. Sierra Leone is the only team he had to pick up a win or a man of the match award. This could further boost their morale and make even the 3rd place match tomorrow a well competitive game. Usually every game up until now has seen Sierra Leone being the underdog, and everyone has written Sierra Leone off after such a poor start to the competition. A win today could actually see them go level and put the game, on the scale. Ibrahim Kwaka trying to go big. Should have tried and just click those balls and score singles. Right now, all Sierra Leone needs are singles. More runs, more balls than runs needed. And Ibrahim finally plays vertically. Keeps Abubakar Kamara on strike. Correction, an end to the 17th over, 103-44. Ibrahim Kwaka will be on strike for the beginning of the 18th over. Thought he had the wicket this time. Kamara goes off strike. Abubakar Kamara, Ibrahim Kwaka on strike. He used task for Suipendi. Picks that ball as he races all the way to the ball. He shuffles out, slants the bat, middle bat contact with Ibrahim Kwaka, and he gets his first boundary for Sierra Leone. Beautiful partnership between the two. And now 8 runs is what is needed of the next 15 balls.
It will be nice that Peter is in the best position to talk about the victory of Team Sierra Leone. They've been searching all this while. It will just be nice that you are the one who would take us home to what is happening to Team Sierra Leone as we speak.
No one is more happy than me because I enjoy the fact that every team has picked up a win. So a win for Sierra Leone today. More than glad and tell you just how unpredictable the game of cricket is. Trying to repeat the same feat, Ibrahim Kwaka. Lucky gets a run off it. Is now 6 runs is what is needed of the next 14 balls for Sierra Leone. 116 was scored by Zambia in the first inning. 117 needed, and they are on track to meet that. The lowest total Sierra Leone have had to chase in this tournament, the highest was yesterday against Rwanda, 179. And somehow they kept the Zambian side below 120. That has put them at an advantage, as we saw how calm and collective their batters were. John Bangura was, especially in terms of playing the balls. Usually we would see an explosive John Bangura due to pressure, but today we saw a calm and composed John Bangura, and the bowling was to thank for that feat. A run every ball does come to an end, as so does the bowling over of Aslan Badsha. No wickets, he did pick. And the end of the 18th over, 112, 4-4. A start to the 19th over. We'll see a run. A lofted shot just outside of the 30-yard cycle. Ibrahim Parker again on strike. And it's Asim Mohammed. Is this a wicket? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And in the safe hands of none other than Jackie Patel. The team is not too excited as this game seems to be running out of their hands. 4 needed of the next 11 balls. Brian Parker looking for that ceremonial finish, didn't get it, and didn't get another life in the popping crease. Off he goes, and comes in Channel Bar to pair up with Ibrahim Parker. A little war there between the two as we await play to resume. In the air, and another wicket lost. 2 consecutive wickets lost for Sierra Leone. Don't look to be winning this game. Channel Bar repeating the same thing Ibrahim Parker had done of the previous ball, looking for that ceremonial finish. And this time he ends in the hands of Zoe Chan, who makes no mistake in holding on to that ball. Zoe this time was certain that he wasn't by the ropes, and the only thing he had to focus on at that point was the ball. Good catch. 2 consecutive wickets now, and Mohamed Turu is the man coming in. Silent at the Sierra Leone tent and looking to re-strategize is Zambia, looking out of the way for them. And now already into the tail end batting order of Sierra Leone. An order which is quite known for not being skillful with the bat. Asim Mohammed now with the ball. 2 wickets already. Didn't pick up a wicket much after match day 1. Picked up 2 yesterday against Nigeria. Picking up 2 again in this very tense match. Would be heartbreaking to see Sierra Leone lose at this point. They've never come this close to victory. Victory is at their grasp. The light at the end of the tunnel, they can see it as it slowly dims out. Asim Mohamed trying to tempt Mohamed Chiri into lofting that ball for a catch. A fellow spinner like himself understands how that goes, not wanting to take a risk. It sends Ibrahim Abubakar Kamara on strike. And now the runs have started to tick down again for Sierra Leone. 3 needed of the next 8 balls. It doesn't end up in the air, stays low, but Zobchan stops it at the boundary. 2 more of the next 7 balls. Mohamed Chiri, the man started with that responsibility of keeping this game intact. Abubakar Kamara will stay on strike for the next over, but for now, last over of this inning, so much tension between the two sides. Any run now could put this game on par. And the wickets now could send this game beyond doubt for Sierra Leone. The light at the end of the tunnel seems to brighten up as Abu Karim is on strike and Abubakar Kamara on strike. That light dims a little bit with a dot of that ball. Tight fielding by Zambia. Lawrence Mutale with that wonderful stop at short covers. Goes big, does it find the maximum? Yes, it does. That ceremonial finish that Chenoba and Ibrahim Parker were unsuccessful with just comes off the bat of Abubakar Kamara to give Sierra Leone their very first needed victory against Zambia. Siders beating them twice in this competition. Better late than never, it says. It is better to have that victory than none at all going into the medal place match tomorrow. Both sides are already going to be playing for the third place regardless of whoever won today. But Abubakar Kamara pushes the team to their first victory of this tournament, and against Zambia, a side that was more confident after beating Rwanda in the first round of this, in the third round of the fixtures. Good game between both sides. Sierra Leone limiting Zambia side to 116. After Zambia were awarded with the toss decision given the delay in arrival by Sierra Leone, and that seemed to backfire for Zambia. Very wonderful win for Sierra Leone. They have Abubakar Kamara to thank for that with the bat and the ball as well. We'll see you at the post-match presentation that will be taken by my colleague in the comms box, Ajishewu Ajidagba. He will speak to the two captains as well as the man of the match. Big contact to Sierra Leone. We will be playing third match, the first match that will be played here tomorrow, and it will be the third place match between Zambia and Sierra Leone, as well as the finals, which is going to be the second and closing fixtures for this tournament between two table And from double sides, Nigeria versus Sierra Leone. Please stay tuned for the post-match presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of Day 9, Match 18 of the second West Africa Trophy taking place here at the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, Package B, from Port Loko to Waterloo to Freetown. What they are saying now is Wide Kolei. Congratulations to Team Sierra Leone. 3-wicket victory over Zambia. Their first win in 9 games. And at this juncture, I will invite the captain of Team Zambia, Patel, Javid. Javid Patel, bad day at the office. You never envisaged what happened. Lost. What happened?
No, today we didn't put a good target. The target is very low. And our batsmen, they didn't play well. But we'll try to improve tomorrow game.
Yesterday, you said one of the reasons you lost against Nigeria were batters dotting too many balls. What exactly happened today? Was it a case of another dot balls, or the people you entrusted with the batting didn't really come to the party?
No, actually we played 3 over dot balls today also, and we changed some batting lineup. Also, they make some our score low. But we'll try in bowling. We did 100%, but the Abubakar played very well.
And tomorrow, you have lost the battle today, but tomorrow is war. What are we expecting from Team Zambia?
Yeah, we give our main bowler rest, Soy Pendi, but he come tomorrow in, so we'll have one extra bowler. So we'll try our best to win that tomorrow game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from the captain, Javid Patel. Today wasn't a good day in the office for our batting. We did well with the bowling, but someone who is over the moon, I think at this juncture, you need to see the president of Sierra Leone every day, because that was the motivation you needed to put up a spectacular performance. And I'm sure Dr. Julius Madabao will be happy with Lansana Lamine, captain of Sierra Leone. After 9 matches, this is a smile I love to see on the face of Lansana Lamine. How excited are you today?
So much excited, you know. First and foremost, I want to give thanks and praise to the Almighty God for this winning, you know, and also congratulations to my boys, the Poets of Sierra Leone. We keep on pushing hard so that, just like the last time I told you, we keep on pushing. So tomorrow is another day, coming very strong game for tomorrow.
Lamine, despite getting your first win in 9 matches, I kept telling you about the positives I am seeing in this Team Sierra Leone. Your team got the 100 wickets, Abubakar Kamara. You yourself got the first hat-trick in this competition. Yegbe Jallo scored 72. Today, your team became the first team to have 3 maidens. Started from Chenoba, Abubakar Kamara, and Raymond Coker. This is an upward projection. Are you seeing Mr. President tomorrow again before your 3rd place?
Definitely, sir. definitely, sir. We'll see our president tomorrow.
And of course, tomorrow is a big game. 3rd place. What are you expecting?
Winning. For sure, winning. We keep on pushing out for tomorrow game. Tomorrow is a different mentality also. So we keep on pushing out for tomorrow.
And talking about pushing, I must commend your level of leadership. Since 2002, you have been with this Sierra Leonean team. 23 years of meritorious service. And you still play like somebody who just got into the team yesterday. What is the inspiration behind this?
First of all, my family is giving me this, and also my wife is pushing me so that I will play cricket. And I love cricket also, so I'll continue to push hard. You know, and cricket is my hobby.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
And that's the smile you want to see on the face of Lansana Lamine. To help us do the player of the match, when you talk to him, you know, it's highly cerebral. The man who is taking Sierra Leonean cricket to the promised land, Trevor Francis Samura, who helped me present. Chairman leader, they call you. I think every time you need to always bring Dr. Uye Akpata to the venue, because he came for the very first time to see your game. You got your first winning. And of course, the player of the match, your guess is as good as mine. If you have been with this team since 2004 and you are still playing like someone who is just a year old. Today, he contributed not only with the ball, he was very impressive, but also contributed with the bat. Maybe for information's sake, looking at Abubakar Kamara, 3 wickets, 3 overs, 6 runs, 1 maiden, and when he was batting, 43 runs not out. This man ran with the legs. Shout out to Abubakar Kamara. Thank you, Mr. President. The person who just presented to you played against you, opening batter, played against Lansana Lamid, Abubakar Kamara. You became the first player to get 100 wickets and the first player for Sierra Leone at the second West Africa Trophy to win the player of the match. How excited are you, Abubakar Kamara?
Well, I'm very happy because it's a long journey, considering the game that we have lost, and it's happened for us to come back today. I'm very happy, and I'm the man of the match. I want to say thanks to my teammates for a well fought.
Finally, say in your language, how excited are you? You have the liberty to say in Sierra Leone, how excited are you?
Well, we are happy because it means a lot. It means a lot for us because back home, this is what we are expecting, and we have got it, so we are happy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, that was Abubakar Kamara from here at the Package B, Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, venue for the second West Africa Trophy, sponsored by Dafabet, Roots Advices, Sportbox, Fireflies and Sport Entertainment, and Dreamcatchers.tv. Tomorrow is the big day where we have the top place match between Zambia and Sierra Leone, take 4, and the big final between Nigeria and, of course, Rwanda, take 4. In Sierra Leone, when you do something right, they say, thank you.